as John. Hey, John, good morning to you.
Good morning, it.
Good morning, John. Thank you. All right, so the only U.S. state whose entire northern border is formed by a river?
Kentucky.
Yep. You got it. Hang on, John. We're going to give you, sir, a $50 Visa gift card. And that's from Marvel Studios' Ms. Marvel. You can witness the origin of a new Marvel original series streaming now. And it's only on Disney Plus, by the way. Got a lot of stuff to get to, so let's dive right into the whole Johnny Depp thing. Yesterday, his lawyers responded to the message that women's rights are moving backward due to the verdict in his defamation trial made by a spokesperson for Amber Heard. Host George Stephanopoulos touched on the trial's effects on domestic violence overall, saying victims' advocates have argued that the verdict is going to have a chilling effect on domestic violence claims, and it's a blow to the Me Too movement. And to this, Camille Vasquez replied, I think our response to that is that we encourage any victim to come forward. And domestic violence doesn't have a gender, by the way. So you don't see this as a setback in any shape or form, Stephanopoulos asks. And Vasquez says, we do not. We believe that the verdict speaks for itself. The fact that the facts are what they are. The jury made a unanimous decision based on those facts. So,
she's right.
They were presented with all the information.
She's a damn good lawyer. If you watched any of that, the way she was objecting like crazy, and the judge was siding with her.
By the way, we're going to stay in court for the first three stories here.
Oh, okay.
So please approach the bench.
We need a gavel.
Bill Cosby.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Bill Cosby denied a California woman's claims that he sexually assaulted her at the Playboy Mansion in the 1970s in a recorded deposition.
Never happened.
That was shown on Wednesday to a jury considering one of the last legal cases against him. Judy Huth has testified Cosby forced to perform sex act on at the mansion when she was a teenager. Now, on Wednesday, jurors were shown a roughly 10-minute video that showed clips of Cosby answering questions from one of Huth's attorneys during a deposition in 2015. It was 7 years ago that he did this. Cosby answered no to questions about whether he tried to put his hands down Huth's pants and then took her hand and used it to put down his pants. He acknowledged that he would bring guests to the mansion, but said that he does not remember Huth or the friend who said she accompanied her that night. He said, I don't know Miss Huth.
So I told you about this series about Hugh Hefner and the Playboy Mansion, and the history is on A&E. And they had different segments, and one of the segments were the celebrity. They for all intents and purposes, were living at the mansion. So Cosby was one of them. And there's a ton of footage. In fact, one of the clips that they used in the opening credits, Preston, was him hitting on a reporter, while he's playing tennis. And so, man, the guy was living there. He was living that life.
Asked if Huth's account could have been accurate, but Cosby had forgotten the incident. He said that was not possible because, quote, this young lady is saying that she told me she was 15.
Donkey Kong!
Cosby, now 84, said he never pursued sexual contact with anyone he knew was under 18. He is not expected to attend the trial in person. In cross-examination of Huth, attorney Jennifer Bogine challenged her account, including her revised timeline. Bogine pressed about the traumas in her life and antidepressant use, suggesting any emotional distress she suffered was unrelated to her time with Cosby. So we'll see how this plays out.
There was a situation that would occur, Preston, during this time. Let's say the height of it, like the late 60s, 70s, where it was just really this debaucherous, thing going on. And they would have an overflow, basically, of people coming to the mansion for this. So there were two satellite estates in a mile and a half of the Playboy Mansion where they would shunt activity off to.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, well, here's another court case, and this one's interesting because I'll explain. The quote-unquote victim, or the person that is the focus of this, does not agree with what their parents are saying. So Ezra Miller, the actor, is being accused of grooming a now 18-year-old activist from the age of 12 as the parents seek court intervention. But this person is saying, no, my parents are overreacting. So according to court documents in Standing Rock Sioux Tribal Court, attorney and activist Chase Iron Eyes and his pediatrician wife, Sarah Jumping Eagle, claim that Miller has been manipulating and controlling their daughter, Takata Iron Eyes, since the two met at Standing Rock Reservation in North Dakota back in 2016. They say Miller took an immediate and apparent innocent liking to Takata at the time. The parents allege that Miller gave Takata alcohol and drugs like marijuana and LSD as a teen and exhibited a pattern of corrupting a minor. Chase and Sarah said that Miller, through the Quiet organization, which the actor was affiliated, offered to pay for Takata to attend college early at 16 at Bard College at Simon Rocks in Massachusetts. Miller would later use this against Takata to create a sense of indebtedness, the parents say. Takata dropped out of school in December. Their parents say that they traveled to Miller's home in Vermont in January, finding that Takata didn't have their driver's license, bank cards, or keys, preventing Takata from leaving on their own. So they go on and on about this stuff. But Takata, this person, had released their own statement, and it was on Instagram, and they captioned the caption said, "Context. I dropped out of Bard 5 months ago. My friend and comrade William passed shortly thereafter. My mind was incredibly impacted, and I've needed space at the time to process the grief. My comrade, Ezra Miller, for the entirety of the aforementioned era, has only provided loving support and invaluable protection throughout the period of loss." And then they go on to say that my father and his allegations hold no weight and are frankly transphobic and based on the notion that I am somehow incapable of coherent thought or opposing opinions to those of my own kindred, worrying about my well-being. And it goes on like that.
Yeah, I was reading a lot of this. And,
Yeah.
what it does is it makes Ezra Miller that much more radioactive, regardless of what this is and regardless of how this plays out, with all the things that he's been getting arrested multiple times.
Yeah, in Hawaii.
In Hawaii. And
Yeah.
there's obviously a ton of trouble going on. And I know you agree with me, Preston. I really love him in the role of the Flash.
The Flash.
And this movie
Yep,
is sitting there that's poised to be a next-level career jump, but they've got to get these things under control.
Yeah, so Steve, I looked up his IMDb, and he's got that on the horizon, obviously, and that's next year. And then beyond that, he plays a young Salvador Dali in Daliland. But beyond that,
And he opens up Dollywood.
yeah, that's just a side gig.
Dude, like the roller coaster's like melting.
Melted, yeah. I'm not getting on that.
What the hell time is it?
I don't know.
There's nothing after that, and I think you're 100% right.
Yeah.
I think once, he's not going to get any more roles offered to him.
You can't. So the whole thing is, can you insure the actor?
Yeah.
Can you insure the actor? I was watching The Offer, and the story of the making of The Godfather, and Brando was considered a liability. He had to take a salary cut for them to agree for him to play the role. It's wild how these things work out.
All right, some other stuff. Lighter fare. This may not come as a surprise, but Nick Cannon is going to be welcoming even more babies into the world.
Jesus.
On Tuesday, on an episode of Lip Service Podcast, Cannon said, "Let's just put it this way, the stork is on the way."
You remember he was getting set up for a vasectomy.
So here's a little follow-up on some of that. The actor announced in January that he would be welcoming his 8th child with model Brie Tessie. In 2021, he fathered 3 children. Twins, Zion Mixolydian and Zillionaire.
Right.
Zillion, middle name Air.
Right. And xylophone.
And Abby De La Rosa and baby Zen, or that was with Abby De La Rosa, and baby Zen, that was the baby that passed away in December due to brain cancer with Alyssa Scott. Per his therapist's suggestion at the time, Cannon tried celibacy. After losing Zen, he said that he was experiencing depression and fell off the wagon. So he said, so in December, the thing is, everybody saw that I was down, so everybody was like, quote, let's just give him a little vagina, and that's going to cure it all. So basically, he was saying all these ladies
they were just throwing their vaginas at him.
They were throwing vaginas at him. He said,
And he was trying to duck.
Oh, it's
and
their
he said,
fault.
I fell victim to it because I was in a weak state. So December,
Damn
especially
women.
right before Christmas, I started effing like crazy.
Look out!
Oh my God.
There's another vagina.
Look out!
Yeah. So they're just throwing them at him. So he's got apparently another one on the way.
I mean, there's
Dude,
ways to do that.
there
and
are
not
ways
get
to not
people
get
pregnant.
people pregnant.
No, there aren't.
Idiot.
Every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing.
A few months ago, Ryan Reynolds released a drink that he calls the vasectomy. Last night, Ryan Reynolds posted a video with Nick Cannon making a vasectomy. It's hilarious.
God,
It's so damn funny.
well. Apparently, there's a national tampon shortage,
vagina.
and Procter & Gamble is blaming comedian Amy Schumer. The 2022 Oscars host appeared in commercials for Tampax in 2020, and a spokesperson for the company told Time Magazine recently that retail sales growth has exploded ever since. Tampax boxes are flying off the shelves, and demand has gone up by almost 8%, the spokesperson said. Amazon sellers are taking advantage of the shortage. In January, one box of 18 tampons was listed for $114, about $6 more per tampon than women usually pay. Many are skeptical of that this is due to Schumer appearing in the advertisements, especially since Playtex tampons are also in short supply.
Well, also, yeah, true. But aren't there, so in general, this is something you always need to use, right? I mean, it's not like, I think I'm going to start using tampons, right? I mean, it's like...
right. No, it's not because more people are using them.
Oh, it's trendy now.
No.
Yeah.
I think it's short supply. No, my friend was having like a real issue finding the ones that she wanted, and they were completely sold out. She couldn't find them. Yeah, she was freaking out a little bit.
Yeah, so there's a tampon shortage.
Yeah.
And we know that for some people, the cup doesn't work, right?
We sure do.
Yep.
We sure do.
Yeah, it's not.
Would you ever consider using an old-style beer stein?
Stop.
The one that has the cap on top of it?
Exactly,
With the thumb
yeah.
thing? Wow. Never considered that.
Excuse me for a second.
Yeah. Vanilla Ice made history when he earned his first #1 rap song on the Billboard Hot 100 with Ice Ice Baby, but there seems to be a misunderstanding between the people behind the song. During a recent visit to the Art of Dialogue, Mario Chocolate Johnson, the person that Suge Knight allegedly designated as co-writer of the song, spoke out about the record and how Vanilla Ice did absolutely nothing. According to Johnson, Ice lied so much that he started to believe his own lies as truth.
Yo, Vanilla, kick it one time, boy.
So chocolate is disputing what Vanilla's saying?
Yeah, he said. Yeah, exactly. Can you imagine that? Chocolate and vanilla being on opposite sides.
Contentious.
So he said, every song I did on that album, he credited himself. He said that he wrote Ice Ice Baby at 16. He didn't write no parts of that song, and he really believed it. So imagine that. He said, people think that we had a problem with Ice Ice Baby. We didn't. Ice Ice Baby was already in the can. Paperwork done. We had a problem that when the record came out, I was sent to Texas to work with him on the album.
And I had heard that if you got a problem, he'll solve it.
Yeah. He said, I did 9 songs, and he was supposed to pick 5 that I was getting paid for, but he ended up putting all 9 on the album.
9 songs.
Johnson went on to explain that Suge Knight never hung Vanilla Ice from a balcony and that fans made that an urban legend. A biopic about Vanilla Ice titled To the Extreme is currently being developed with actor David Franco in the starring role.
Oh, really?
What?
Okay.
Yeah, I could see David Franco
Yeah.
as him. He's got kind of that similar look about him. So, yeah, the whole hanging him out the window thing, apparently this guy said never happened.
Yeah.
It was made up. Vanilla ran with it.
Suge's done, throughout his life, has done some pretty crazy things like that. They're hanging off the balcony and stuff. And didn't he back over 2 people in a parking lot or something?
Yeah.
I mean,
That's why he ended up going to jail.
Yeah.
So there hasn't been much word on the film since Franco spoke about it during an interview with Insider in 2020. At the time, Franco said the film was inching closer and closer to pre-production.
This song was huge.
Yeah.
And
It
the
was
video was,
gigantic.
you couldn't
Yeah.
escape it.
The dancing style, like all of it just seems so like tough and street. And, and I look at it now and it's just, it's fun and it's of a time, but it looks a little ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. People reports actor Alan Cummings' buddy co-star was located in a basement and has been rescued. Cumming and PETA have been looking for Tonka the chimpanzee since April. On Monday, PETA announced that they had found the missing chimpanzee in the basement of someone who previously
I'm in a
said...
basement somewhere. I don't know where I am.
Can you describe your
There's a
surroundings?
water heater in the corner and a mop and a bucket. I hear the sound of a subway, something, and there's a delivery truck outside.
All right, stay on the line. Because if
I'm not going anywhere.
if we can triangulate your
I'm
location...
scared bananaless.
Well, all right, so you hear the subway and there's a
There's
mop
a
and a
delivery truck
bucket.
outside. I'm hearing, it sounds like Spanish.
Where did you get this phone, by the way?
I found it in the bucket.
So, they found the missing chimpanzee in the basement of someone who previously...
There's a toilet in the middle of the room.
Wait, you're in Pittsburgh.
Is that where I am?
Yeah,
Because there's a knife right next to the toilet.
Oh, there's...
That was a poop knife.
I didn't know he had a chimp.
Yeah, in this movie, he was his
Oh, it's
co-star.
not his actual
In the movie Buddy. So anyway, They found the missing chimpanzee in the basement.
I remember this movie.
Somebody previously said that Tonka had died. Let me spit that
Let him get
sentence
it
out. All right. Now, anyway.
Yo, I'll solve it.
Yeah.
Check out the hook.
To your mother.
This is based on a true story. Rene Russo was the star, and they had a whole bunch of simians in it, including Tonka the chimp.
Okay.
Ah, man.
So, but
never heard of it.
Tonka wasn't Buddy, the star, because Buddy looks
Buddy was
like
the
an
gorilla.
ape. A gorilla, yeah.
I think maybe, I think Louie and or Mikey was in this movie as well.
Stop it. The
Yeah.
ones,
The
that
ones
have
we
been
have in
here?
the studio here?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
We have a connection to an Oscar-winning film.
anyhow, according to PETA, they said that he could only take a few steps in any direction. He was not allowed to go outside. He couldn't feel the sun or grass beneath his feet.
It's horrible.
He had no companionship with other chimpanzees, something extremely important to chimpanzees' welfare. Tonka is now in Florida. Let's now go to Florida and check in with
Yeah, I'm at a
Tonka.
retirement village here. It's awesome. We eat at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I have my own golf cart, and I hang out with Manny and Jaime.
Much happier now.
Yeah.
Great.
You can have margaritas and relax in the sun.
Oh, my God. It's wonderful.
Yeah. Oh,
Listen to a lot of Fleetwood Mac.
driving around in your golf cart.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
Mahjong at 6. Don't forget.
So Tonga is now in Florida at the Save the Chips Sanctuary. So
They're saving chips and chimps?
chimps. Did I say chips?
You
He
did.
did.
Oh, so the Save the Chips Sanctuary.
This is for Eric Estrada.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Larry Wilcox and Eric Estrada. That's where they
They
retire.
can wander freely.
Yeah.
He's got a line where he can run
Digs in the dirt.
dig.
I love that goofy bastard.
All right. Save the Chimps
Oh,
Sanctuary. Chimps. Sorry about that. Yeah, so Tonka's doing okay.
All right,
now.
Tonka.
Good for him. According to Elle magazine, Kourtney Kardashian is tired of the Scott Disick drama getting in the way of her and Travis Barker's screen time on the Kardashians. She said, Travis and I
What, you guys don't want to hear any more about this?
No, this level of
What's wrong?
narcissism.
film and have the best time ever. And then we've been watching the edits, and it's been so annoying because they're swirling us in with this Scott drama.
So they shoot these episodes, and then it's like almost a full year after whatever happened then is the current stuff airing.
Right.
But if you don't want that, then don't do the show, because that's how they produce the show.
So she was
Unless you
telling-
want to put a live feed in their homes.
Telling her friend Steph Shepard, later she says that the editing is enabling this old narrative and buying into something that doesn't really exist. It shouldn't be. It should be, an empowering episode about me getting out of toxic relationships and really having this fairy tale love story.
Oh, it's a fairy tale love
That
story.
is my reality, she says. So let's see a couple of casting things. The AV Club reports that Arrested Development star Jason Bateman will no longer serve as director on the film Artemis. That stars Scarlett Johansson and Chris Evans. I believe that is that.
It's a moon-based story. That Artemis is that.
Yeah, from The Martian and Project Hail Mary. God, why do I always forget the
It's
author?
the guy who did The Martian, the author.
Go through the alphabet. A, B,
oh, no,
C,
that's not gonna work.
D,
Do it.
E, F, G, H.
I can't remember.
I.
I'm on the spot. We're live on the air. I can't do the alphabet
Stop
thing
it.
right now. He's great. He's a great author, and I have read 3 of his books, and I can't remember his name.
He wrote The Martian.
Yes, he wrote The Martian.
Okay.
Andy Weir.
Andy Weir.
Andy Weir.
Thank you.
I started
Hey,
with A.
first letter. Didn't work. All right, so anyhow, Bateman reportedly quit the film due to creative differences. And also, Matt Damon and Ben Affleck are coming back together again, this time to launch a production company.
Matt Damon!
So Deadline reports that the pair are in talks with Redbird Capital's Jerry Cardinal to secure funding for the company.
Not familiar with this guy. Is he
No.
a
Oh, I wonder why.
team owner? Or?
If they're called Redbird
Redbird
because of
Cardinal.
Cardinal. Yeah.
Ah.
So yeah, production company. So they're partnering up on some more stuff. All right, I think we ought to do the clips now. All right, let's begin with this. A classic enemies to lovers trope requires a real connection between characters. Here, Sarah Catherine describes the first time that she met her first kill love interest Imani Lewis. Here we go.
I had been cast as Juliet, and they brought in Imani, and just knew Imani was it. It was just totally destined to be. She gave me one look, and I just melted to a puddle. This was meant to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
There were just too many little things that we had similarities and everything.
Yeah.
It was perfect.
Mm-hmm.
I don't give a f.
So First Kill premieres on Netflix tomorrow, by the way. Here's the next clip. Jurassic World Dominion marks the first time since the original Jurassic Park that the cast reprised their roles in the franchise. And in this clip, Sam Neill praises his new co-stars.
They're just such sweethearts, that's the first thing. And they were so welcoming to us and just generous. And Chris Pratt is a genuine action hero. And that's something we've never really done. I find him completely awesome.
Jurassic World Dominion is in theaters today, by the way.
Rockstar Rob gives a thumbs up, Preston.
does.
Yes, if you'd like to know that input.
Right.
Yes.
I'm happy to know
We
that.
did.
All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the entertainment report for you this morning. I want to get some more ladies on board for our sorority party. It's next Wednesday.
Yes.
The Zeta Eta Pi sorority parties return. And this time we always like to have an activity where it's whether it's some kind of we've done painting over the past, we've done different kinds of meals and things like that.
What would be the fun thing to do after a couple of cocktails?
We're doing square dancing.
Yeah.
Courtesy of the Federation of Delaware Valley Square and Round Dancers. They are going to be there and they're going to teach us how to do it, and we're going to do it as a group. And let's get some ladies on board. We'll take 5 callers right now, 21 and over only, female only. You'll be indoctrinated into the Preston and Steve sorority Zeta Eta Pi. You can bring a friend, 215-263-WMMR. It is an invitational event. We're headed to Parks Casino to do this next Wednesday, 6 to 8 p.m. And we're going to have the entire Liberty Bell Beer Garden at our disposal.
It's ours.
It is fantastic. So we will have you invited to the bash. Let's get you going right now. We'll take those callers. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a moment. Make sure you stay close.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The MM Army is coming to your neighborhood. Join the MM Army Saturday from 11 to 1 at Giant on Cotman Avenue in Northeast Philly, and visit the Stubbs Barbecue.
I'm sure you heard about this, but it's a big announcement. Princess Kate and Prince William are expecting their third child together. It is official. Kensington Palace confirmed on Monday that they are already, of course, they are already the parents to Prince George IV, and who is 4. I'm sorry, not the 4th. Prince George is 4.
How did you pull that one off?
And Princess Charlotte, who
I
is
ricocheted off the ceiling.
Who is 2. The Royal Highness, here's the official announcement from Kensington Palace. It said, Their Royal Highness, says, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge are very pleased to announce that the Duchess of Cambridge is expecting their third child,
Harry the Fourth,
the Queen and
of
member
England,
of
and
both
members of Parliament, in conjunction with the Benny Hill estate.
They got of both families are delighted
and
with
Ringo.
the news.
What?
Ringo and Benny Hill. Stepping up.
Fish and chips, fox hunts,
Tallywhacker.
and the Tallywhacker.
So Kate is again facing an acute form of morning sickness. Sometimes she had grappled with during her first 2 pregnancies.
It's completely debilitating. Do they have the name of it there? It's
It's called hypermesis gravidarum.
Right. So she's her level of nausea and everything is off the charts.
Sounds like a Harry Potter spell.
Yeah.
But she had it with each
Yeah,
kid.
yeah, exactly. So she actually canceled an appearance Monday morning due to the illness. And they had said that in a statement, as with her previous 2 pregnancies, the Duchess is suffering from hypermesis gravidarum. Her Royal Highness will no longer carry out her planned engagement at the Hornsey Road Children's Centre in London today. The 35-year-old royal is expected less than 3 months, less than 3 months pregnant. And they only went public with the information because of how sick she is.
Are you okay in there, sweetheart? Would you like some milk of magnesia?
The prince recently discussed Kate's parents.
Seems to be in a bad way.
The prince recently discussed Kate's parenting skills in glowing terms and admitted that there are good days and bad days for every parent. He had said, as the other parents in the room will testify, there's wonderful highs and there's wonderful lows. It's been quite a change for me personally. I'm very lucky in the support I have from Catherine. She's an amazing... She's an amazing mother and a fantastic wife. Love between a man and a woman is a beautiful thing.
Especially if it's on video.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't you agree?
Yeah. I'd have to agree with you on that. And as wonderful as expressing that love through human touch and well, getting it on.
Right.
I'm being nice because Bill's here this morning.
I know.
All right. This is about sex.
Yeah.
The withdrawal method.
Okay, where you go to the bank and you take everything out in one shot.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
No, also known as the pull-out method.
Yeah.
Is being used by twice as many men as a decade earlier. Is a form of birth control.
Yeah, it is the most. It is a risky proposition.
Oh yeah,
and,
absolutely.
That's I don't know if that's not good news.
Listen to this. While 10% of unmarried men between the ages of 15 and 44 used this form of birth control in 2002, that number jumped to 19% in 2015, according to the Center for Disease Control. Yeah, but the use of condoms is on the rise, but still only a third of men wear them.
In my condom days, my brand, purchasable at the local mobile station, Bareback.
Bareback?
Yeah.
Really?
No.
Wow. I was a Trojan guy. I went with the most popular product.
Trojan brand.
That's right.
Do they still have the machines in men's bathrooms? I haven't seen them in a long time.
Yeah. Well, the dispensers you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because I on the weekends I work as a lot lizard.
It's good to know that those are there.
Yeah. You sure you're a woman? Yeah.
I have on rare occasions seen them before, Case.
That's where I saw them for the first time as a child. There was a bar across the street from our swim club.
Go buy Daddy some condoms.
And no, but I didn't know what condoms were. I just know that they had a machine there.
Yep.
And so I went over there. I bought some out of there. I bought a French tickler and a regular one.
I was going to ask if they had French ticklers or not. Yeah.
And then I brought it back to the pool and I inflated them like they were balloons.
Of course.
And there was like an adult who was like, dude, what are you doing? I'm like,
what is that?
Give me your little.
Want to have a pool party? I've been waiting for you. This is a dream come true.
According to Planned Parenthood, about 27 of 100 women will get pregnant with her partner when her partner uses the withdrawal as control. Comparatively, only about 9 out of every 100 women on a contraceptive pill will become pregnant in a year.
Have you ever seen just one fireman on a hose? That's kind of what I'm like. So with the whole withdrawal thing, like I have no control.
Okay.
Yeah.
You probably took it one level into the uncomfortable Bill area.
Yeah.
About exactly how you discharge.
Dude. Okay. We're going to move along now to something else.
So we do support our local firefighters.
Of course. Yes. Of course. But we had 4 listeners come in. We had Mel, Frank, Kat, and Victoria, because we have been talking about the movie It, which is opening on Friday. I'm going to go see it on Saturday. I already got my tickets. I'm ready.
I'm seeing it Friday.
All right. So what we did is we took these 4 listeners, Mel, Frank, Kat, and Victoria, and we put them in another room with Dr. Steven Rosenberg, Philadelphia's #1 hypnotist, the Thor of hypnosis.
The Thor. He's been referred to quite often as the Thor of hypnosis.
But I want to, it's going to take a minute, but they're in the other room. I want to bring our listeners in.
Aren't you?
And we're going to have them meet some people.
Meet some people. Aren't you pulling for them?
Yeah. I think it would be awesome.
It'd be so cool.
Yeah, if they were able to get past their fears. But we are going to set the stage here. They're making their way in now. There's Kat, and here
Mel
comes
looks scared.
Mel. Mel doesn't look happy. And you have Victoria. She was the most scared. And Frank is wearing his glasses. He's got a vision issue, so we can't quite read him from his eyes. So why don't you guys come on over to the microphones over here. And first of all, let's see how you're feeling. Kat, you were the first one in. How you feeling after that session with Dr. Rosenberg?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Okay.
I'm more relaxed, more calm.
Good.
Yeah. It was definitely calming. And
Okay.
stressing.
Now what you may learn is that from now on you're going to smoke. No.
Yeah, that's they replace
the
your
one
clown clowns with
trade-off.
smoking.
Yeah.
Mel,
Replace your clown fear with the desire to smoke.
Mel, you looked really nervous when you walked in here. Is it the fact that we have the room decorated with balloons and circus fair? Does that bother you at all?
Yeah. Actually, it's bothered me quite a bit.
Oh, really?
I was really relaxed until I saw the balloons and the big tent behind me.
Then let's go to Victoria. Hello there, Victoria. How you doing?
Shaking.
Okay.
All right, and then last, let's talk to Frank. How do you feel? What did you think of the session? Did it resonate with you at all?
Not really.
Not really. Okay. Well, what would you just? So you just don't like clowns?
Correct.
We have some clowns here. Okay, and what we're not gonna have people screaming and yelling and running in and going crazy or anything like that.
No.
We just wanted to get your initial reaction when we bring a clown into the studio. Mel is already. You look like you've gone into. You're staring off into the distance.
This should be fun.
Mel,
Yeah.
you okay?
Yeah, I'll be good.
Mel's crying, guys.
Yeah, I don't think
Mel.
Mel, do you want to take a seat, Mel? Are you good? Okay. All right.
All right, so this is a heavy metal version of Send in the Clowns. We're bringing in our first clown. This is Cheeks, by the way.
Cheeks is a female clown.
Yeah, so Cheeks is coming. Cheeks, just stay over by Nick. Don't get any closer.
Mel, how you look? Cheeks is fairly pleasant, right?
Cheeks is good.
Okay.
Cheeks is good.
Could you normally be this close to a clown?
What?
Could you normally be this close to a clown?
My other past instances have kind of been fight or flight, so I've just run.
Okay.
All right,
Well,
so
you're
this
doing
is
great.
This is good. This is
Doing
good.
well.
Kat, you're not looking at
No,
her.
she's not looking at all.
I don't like the black lipstick. It's
The black lipstick.
yeah.
Victoria is not looking at her either. She's just to her left.
And you're doing okay.
You should feel my pulse because my pulse isn't doing okay.
Okay, but
Can you look
fine.
at? Can you look at her?
No, I'm good.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
You don't want to look at her? Because, okay, so we've gone to, this was the easiest level, by the way. We're going to bring it up just a notch. Let's bring in Grin next, please.
Grin.
Connor, let Grin come into the studio. Now, be nice, Grin. Come on in. All right, here. Oh, my God.
Hey, here's Grin.
He's horrible. Victoria's crying now.
Victoria crying?
She is?
Yeah, she is. Okay.
Frank, how you doing?
If it wasn't for the fact that I don't have enough money for bail, I'm okay.
It's wild that his reaction is to attack.
Attack.
I can see that, though.
All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to bring in our last clown, and we'll do this quickly, and then we'll get them out of here because I think it's getting to be too much.
Yeah,
for these
and get
guys.
the
So
assessment. All right,
let's
other
bring
clowns, step
Carnage.
back.
Let's bring Carnage in. Carnage is he's the head honcho, and he is not only is he wearing the bib overalls, but he also has a chicken hanging around his neck, which he was squeaking. And Carnage, come on over to the microphone. How you doing, man?
Good. How's it going, guys?
Good. It's good to see you as always, sir. It's kind of tough to miss these guys when they
No,
show
they're
up.
awesome.
Yes.
And they're believe it or not, at the camp, a lot of times kids will come up to them because they think they're so cool. So you guys hearing them speak in normal voices, does that make a difference?
Yeah, no, I'd say definitely hearing them talk is one thing, and just physically seeing them and hearing like sound effects is another. So that horn like triggered me.
Oh my God, Carnage is leaning in towards her.
She is.
Oh, he's handing her a bloody rag. That's probably not a good idea.
All right.
And then, Kat, how are you doing now?
Yeah, seeing them just walk in was it made your heart race and stomach drop. And then when they start talking, it's all right.
Okay, all right. I think we're making strides
think
here.
so.
Does
Casey,
anybody want to hug them?
Go ahead. A clown?
Yes.
Mel is saying no.
Don't let
Victoria
Frank
say
do
no.
it.
Kat, would you be open to a hug from one of these clowns?
I'll hug a clown.
We're breaking down barriers here. All right, Kat. No, let's not have them come over.
You come over.
You go to the clowns. All right. So we're going to start out. I'd like to send this out. This is from Catherine. She says, could you do a last-minute shout-out to my husband? Just found out yesterday we're pregnant.
Oh!
And we are just so happy. His name is Adam. Thank you. So, Catherine and Adam, congratulations to you guys, and welcome to the ride. It's going to be
You
a
end
good
up farting more when you're pregnant, right?
one. Yeah. I would think so.
You'll hear a lot of that.
Yeah, a lot
You're
of that.
farting for two.
You're
That's
farting
right,
for two.
too. Yep. By the way, and since we're talking about the butt, how about a butt plug real quick? I got this email from Michael M., it says here, and it is a benefit. It's a friend's charity that's coming up. His name is Officer Billy Seifert. Billy's battle against colon cancer has been a difficult obstacle for the Seifert family, he writes. He underwent surgery in January. He's continuing to go through chemotherapy and radiation. Billy and his wife, Diane, and his daughters, Alyssa and Brianna, have a long road to recovery ahead of them. Although we can't help them with their medical battle, we can help them with the financial burden that lies ahead of them. So there's an event coming up on Sunday. It's at the Abington Club and the 1910 Bar and Grill in Jenkintown. And it'll be from 2 to 6 p.m. And tickets are $45. You can purchase them on eventbrite.com, and they send us a link. So, Nick, I don't know if you have that or not.
No, hand it to me or forward it to me, and I'll make sure we post it.
Okay, and so it's Sunday, 2 to 6 p.m. at the Abington Club and 1910 Bar and Grill, 300 Meeting House Road in Jenkintown. So that's for Officer Billy Seifert. So help out if you can, and there is the butt plug for you. So let me see. There's a few things going on in and around our town. It's time to stroll the streets of Philadelphia.
Scoobly wow wow. Featuring the meat behind the New Jersey Shore band's beat. Preston Elliott.
Did I not mention the name of the band, by the way?
No,
I didn't. I'm a dumbass. They're 5 Times Famous.
5 Times Famous.
And it's their band. I'm just accompanying them. So that's going to be at Mud Hen, not this Saturday, but the following. From 1 to 4. We're doing that afternoon show. So anyway. All right. So I want to thank our on-the-scene reporter, Marissa Magnata, who helped out and sent me a bunch of cool stories for the City Beat. And we're going to start with talking about Aikens Oval.
Yes.
This summer, the Oval XP is going to transform. That's what they're calling it.
So Extreme Oval.
Into Philadelphia's largest outdoor, one of the largest outdoor urban areas. And the pop-up festival fills 8 acres at the base of the Philadelphia Museum of Art's famous steps. There's going to be food, drinks, games, public art, live music, and wellness classes.
Ooh.
And it starts next Thursday, a week from today, and it continues every Wednesday through Sunday until August 21st.
So over 8 acres?
Yeah, so what you're going to find is one of the things that Marissa mentioned yesterday. Front and center is the Ferris wheel.
Yeah, it's cool.
Standing at 108 feet tall. So you want to get some good views of the city? You got it right there. You can enjoy 360-degree aerial views of the Ben Franklin Parkway, of the museum, the Center City skyline, and beyond. So that's one of the things. They also have what's called the Imagination Space. Kids ages 12 and under will get to enjoy a 9-hole miniature golf course, Imagination playground blocks and builder kits, interactive gaming activities like ping pong, Connect 4, and Legos, books and instruments that they can borrow from outdoor reading and music cards.
That sounds pretty cool.
And events ranging from storybook readings, arts and crafts, music lessons, children-friendly performances, and a bunch more. There's going to be free music and entertainment. The brand new summer stage will host some of the most diverse music programming in the country. And the summer stage will also host free community-based events, including the Love from Philly Festival, which is going to be on June 11th, so that's this weekend, and Nuevo Fest, which is going to be July 9th.
Okay. Maris, do you think this is more for the people that actually live in the city, or this is for people outside the suburbanites, suburbanites to come into the city?
I think this is both. I think the people who live in Fairmount, this is their front yard. This is their playgrounds. So they can go over there, especially those fields over there. There's lots of like softball games and t-ball games and stuff. So this is their playground for during the week. I think when people are visiting the city, like I've told you guys before, the line for the Rocky statue is outrageous. So to have this across the street from that, I think that's really cool. It makes our city look really awesome.
Welcome to Philadelphia. Next. Welcome to Philadelphia.
Yeah, they should have that speak.
Yeah.
Right,
yeah.
There should be a on the statue. It was a recording of Sly.
Welcome to Philadelphia. Next.
Yeah. So also there will be public art, a 33,000 square foot ground mural titled "Common Ground" by artist Kayla Rosa. Kayaki. No, it's C-A-L-O. Callo. Callo Rosa.
Oh, it's like
Jerry Callo.
Yeah, with a C.
Rosa, born in San Salvador, now lives and works in Philadelphia. He's known for his colorful street art pieces. And Rosa sought to create a playful space where all can create and enjoy being together in a common ground.
So how's the traffic situation impacted by this, Marissa? Are they redirecting, or is everything as is?
Actually, funny you asked. Do you guys know they put pylons around the steps?
No.
So you now can't like pull up. You know how you just like
Yeah.
pull up and let people run up the steps? You can't do that anymore.
Well, they're doing that because people were riding their ATVs and motorcycles and stuff up there.
Is that what the story is?
And they put up rumble strips. And I saw this from Huey Dillon. They put rumble strips. The thing is, they painted the rumble strips so cars could see the painted rumble strip. People think it's a walkway.
That's right.
And
That's right. They think it's a crosswalk.
They think it's a crosswalk.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if they fixed that or not.
And they're also going to have the city's biggest beer garden. The
That's wild.
XP's beer garden fills 60,000 square feet of outdoor space. It's the largest outdoor beer garden in the city to date. It'll have multiple bars and seating options, giant versions of backyard games, a small performance stage with a free lineup of diverse performances. That includes comedians, spoken word poets, acoustic artists, and more. So Scooby-Doo-Wow.
Scooby-Doo-Wow.
Doing spoken word.
Afternoon in the city. Everything is so pretty, but the tears run into the gutter.
24 taps from local breweries, rotating selection of pop-up menus created by local minority and female chefs. And also the Milk Boy will operate the beer garden.
Oh, nice. Hey,
which
you
is
like
cool.
that
Yeah,
place?
I like Milk Boy. Yeah.
So I think the Ben Franklin Parkway probably like top 5 stretches in Philadelphia. Kelly Drive and Boathouse Row probably up there as well. Do you guys have favorite like roadways or like, prettiest parts of the city?
That's a wonderful part. It also has an incredible. We all have the collective memory of the Super Bowl.
Absolutely.
Parade.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that just
one of the best days ever.
One of the best days ever.
I love Kelly Drive.
Yes.
I absolutely love Kelly Drive. West River Drive's not bad.
It's not as good though,
It's
right?
not as good.
Yeah.
It's not as good, and it should be.
If I could just go into the city and stop at the art museum, that's what I would do.
Yeah.
Any other part to me is a headache.
Yeah.
Like I'm okay coming down Kelly Drive, art museum area, and then I'm going back home.
Yeah, it gets a little crazy. Driving through there, or are you talking about walking?
I'm just saying going, like Nick was saying, favorite parts of the city. Like I don't ever want to go past the art museum if I don't have to. Serious. I'm serious. After
Gets a
that,
little complex.
it becomes a headache.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of a favorite stretch. I mean, because the Parkway is beautiful, especially if you walk it.
Yeah.
If you walk from City Hall all the way down to the Art Museum, it's pretty damn gorgeous.
My favorite thing, and I'll do it 3 to 4 times a week. I go visit that display of the various fish that are in the river.
Okay.
And it's just amazing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, there's like when you go down Belmont here to like Belmont to Parkside, like that whole area of like Fairmount Park where the Police Touch Museum is.
Yes, wonderful.
It needs to be developed better
Nicer.
because it is such a
can be really-
wasted sort of space, and it could be really, really great.
They need to put some lights in Fairmount Park or something, because I dread going through there and some of those stop sign, it's your turn to go now thing. Just
Suck.
I hate it. It's people drive like jerks.
They should replicate what they have the diorama of what the fair looked like, years ago. Do something like that. Spruce it up a bit.
Yeah,
a couple of throw
would
pillows.
be cool. Yeah. All right. So anyhow, they're going to have this. It's called the Oval XP.
Interesting.
And so that goes on in the city in the summer in the city.
Hot time.
All right, so a legendary broadcaster passed away. Trudy Haynes, the Emmy award-winning journalist who smashed barriers to become Philadelphia's first black TV reporter.
Yeah.
Passed away on Tuesday morning. She was 95 years old.
I grew up watching her.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, like, I would watch the Channel 6 News at noon when I would be home from school. Like Trudy Haynes and Jim O'Brien and like these guys, Gary Papa, that they were who we watched growing up.
I don't remember her at all.
She was on CBS 3. She joined there in 1965.
Okay,
You see the picture of her
I'm
here?
looking at a picture, and I'm an idiot.
And remained there until her retirement in 1999. And over the course of her career, listen to this, man. She interviewed Martin Luther King Jr., former President Lyndon Johnson, and former First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis. So those are some big, big interviews.
All at once?
Nope. She also interviewed several Philadelphia mayors and Pennsylvania governors. You know what, Steve? I take that back. It doesn't say here if she did it all at once or not.
Thank you for coming.
I can't discount that. So
it's my pleasure.
My grandmother, my maternal grandmother, passed away before I was born. Her name was Marty, and when she was in the hospital, Trudy Haynes came in and did a series about interviewing cancer patients. And so my grandmother was on the news. My mom then contacted Trudy Haynes years later to try to track down the footage of that interview because she had no footage of her mother at all. And apparently there was a fire at one point with CBS 3, and so the TV studios lost a lot of their old footage. But Trudy Haynes went out of her way, went above and beyond to try to help my mom track down this footage. Unfortunately, they couldn't do it.
That's amazing.
She was so nice to my mom, Steve. It was a really, really cool thing. So I talked to my mom yesterday about Trudy, and it's sad to lose her.
By the way, I can't do it right now. I'm working on a special feature about stealing Christmas trees out of public parks.
Well, you know.
Then we'll just let you do that.
There is hard-hitting journalism to be done out there, too.
By the way,
No, she seemed very sweet.
Trudy began her career in Detroit in 1963, and she actually became the first black weather reporter in the United States.
Wow.
Well, I love that. We live in a city of firsts.
Yeah. In fact, Haynes said, when they say you're the first, that puts a lot of responsibility on your shoulders. She was doing a Black History Month interview with CBS 3 last year, and she said, I got to be good unless you just don't give a damn. One of her beats was show business and celebrity gossip. Which
Like
Haynes,
you.
Yes, just like me. She explored through her segment Trudy's Grapevine, and this gave her the opportunity to interview the likes of Sylvester Stallone, Denzel Washington, and Tupac Shakur. So she talked to everybody.
Did it say how she passed?
She was 95. No,
Okay.
it doesn't say.
Because last year you said she did an interview,
Yeah,
so I
yeah.
mean, that's good that she was able to live up until the end.
Yeah, on Twitter,
It's a powerlifting accident.
journalists and others who had crossed paths with Haynes mourned her death. She was a role model to many in the industry. She attended Howard University in Washington, D.C. After graduating, she modeled for Ophelia DeVore, a trailblazing African-American model and agent.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You familiar, Kathy?
Yeah.
DeVore was one of the first agents who promoted black models and marketed to non-white consumers. In 1990, Haynes started a scholarship that provides financial aid to students pursuing degrees in journalism and communications.
That's awesome.
And after retiring from CBS, she continued to work in the TV industry. In 2012, she had her own program. It was called The Trudy Haynes Show. And she also volunteered with Philly Cam, the nonprofit that operates Philly's public access television network.
So she was mostly local, but she looks familiar to me, at least her picture of her younger. Did she do any national stuff, Preston?
It doesn't say on here, no.
All
But,
right.
I mean, maybe she was featured from time to time. I'm not really sure. But a legend in the world of broadcasting and news reporting, Trudy Haynes. So sad, but 95. But what a life.
Yes.
What a great life.
It's amazing.
So, yeah. All right. Speaking of living a great life and a cool one, and I did not know, Steve sent me this article about a guy who is a Philly native. So if you ever see an Adam Sandler movie, you notice there's 2 or 3 people that are in every single movie.
Yeah.
One of those guys is from Philadelphia. His name is Jonathan Loughran. Loughran, I believe is how you pronounce his last name. So you would know him. I'll give you one of his iconic roles in The Water Boy.
Yeah.
He's the guy who talks like this.
Oh, yeah.
And one of his eyes is cocked to the side.
Yeah.
And he's been in a bunch of his movies, but he is from the area. He went to Archbishop Ryan. He played basketball and football there. And he made a connection with Adam Sandler over sports, and they've been good friends ever since. And Adam puts him in all his movies.
Everything.
I watched Hustle last night. I don't recall seeing him in Hustle.
I believe he is in Hustle. Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know which. I have yet to watch it. You know
That's
what?
not the same guy, Nick. Nick's looking up that guy.
Yeah, there's
that's him.
couple.
Yep, that's him, Jonathan Loughran.
But he's not in Hustle.
Okay.
Okay.
So he was living in Los Angeles in the early 1990s, taking acting classes with hopes of breaking into show business after moving from Northeast Philly. But his career, the one that started with a movie that bombed so badly that he didn't even get paid, seemed more likely to lead him home to Parkwood than keep Loughran in Hollywood for another 30 years. But then he got his break, and here's how it happened. So a friend from acting class helped him land a job as a waiter at the Improv, the famed comedy club in Hollywood. He became friends there with Alan Covert, who would soon introduce him to Adam Sandler, and they bonded over basketball. They started talking about basketball. Loughran became Adam Sandler's assistant through that friendship, and then Sandler began casting his friend in nearly all of his movies.
And the loyalty is really wonderful that he's continued to do that, and they've remained friends. I love his turn. He's with the other guy that Adam Sandler puts in all his movies. Where they are the
gay couple?
Well, the
Or
death
no?
metal rockers and Little Nicky.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking of in
But yes, I now pronounce you Chuck and Larry.
No. In
Big Daddy.
Big Daddy.
That's it.
Yeah. Aren't they a gay couple?
Yes.
Yes. In that, yeah.
And the one of them, you have, I got too much doo-doo in my underpants.
Yeah.
That's one of his buddies that he always puts in the movies.
So.
Tommy hurts. I've got too much doo-doo in my underpants.
Peter Dante is that guy's name.
Right.
He's the other guy. So he's traveled the world with Adam, Jonathan has, and found his way into more than 40 movies.
Wow.
And has lived in California now longer than he did in Philadelphia. He said, it's amazing. It just kind of happened. If someone didn't help me get a job at the Improv, then it would have never happened. I probably would have moved back to Philly. Who knows what I would have done.
I love this guy, Adam Sandler. Like he's just
absolutely.
Like he just loves to take care of his friends.
Look at the movie, the Grown Ups movies. They're not masterpieces.
No.
They're fun, but I love watching him with basically all of his friends hanging out, having a good time. Doing these movies.
And I know there's been musicians out there who they're like filthy rich, tons of money, and then he'll have like guys in his like band. Oh man, I need some money. All right, well, let's go out on tour real quick. All right, we're gonna go do this. We're gonna go make you some money real quick, and and that's what he does. He's like, hey, let me just chuck you a couple of bucks and make you some money.
Sandler's movies are known for casting many of the same actors. Loughran is part of that crowd. He said, I don't know why he decided to put me in one day. The first Sandler movie he was in was Bulletproof in 1996. Said he was doing an album a long time ago, and he asked me if I wanted to do a voice on the album, and that was it. He said, it's pretty cool, I have to say. We travel around, and I always say I'm semi-famous. A lot of times Adam is signing autographs. Someone will ask me for an autograph, and someone will say, who's that guy? Yeah. They have no idea who I am, but it seems like there's a lot of people who watch Adam's movies, and they watch them over and over again, and they come to like the guys that he puts in.
I love seeing them in the movies.
Yeah. When you were first talking about this guy, you said he talked like, I thought you were talking about that like Cajun dude.
No, not that guy. This is a guy who goes, was that a joke, Bobby Boucher? And he goes, ha, 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 ha. No, he wasn't the Cajun guy.
Yeah. By the way, I really enjoyed Hustle. I watched it last night, and there are so many people in that movie. It's just, wait a second. I know that, and then Jay Wright pops in there. And
lot of recognition factor.
Awesome, yeah.
So, but the movie is solid?
I thought it was really solid.
I'm looking forward to it.
So Loughran apparently was a football and basketball player at Ryan. His father was a car salesman and a bookie, and his mother was a stay-at-home mom and a bartender. And he grew up in a row house, attended Catholic schools, was raised in a middle-class neighborhood. He said, growing up in the Northeast shaped me. I played sports every day. That was my passion. Northeast Philly was a unique place growing up, and I carry that with me everywhere. I wasn't the toughest guy, but I think growing up there gave me a toughness that I've been able to deal with a lot of things thrown my way in this business and life and be able to shake things off. And I also learned a lot about sarcasm, he said. He and Adam are very close friends. And
I'd love to get him on.
We should attempt to do that.
Why not?
I bet we could line that up at some point in the near future.
We just gave him a loving segment.
Yeah,
that was pretty funny. How about the time he tackled the guy from Louisville and threw him into the stands?
All right, now I'm thinking back of Big Daddy. I don't think he was one of the two that was.
No. He
wasn't the gay couple.
No. Those are the other two guys. He's the the other guy that you're thinking of is the cab driver, or I'm sorry, the limo driver from The Wedding Singer. It was the cone.
Yeah, yes, and also in Anger Management, he's the guy with the really big Johnson that's moving in on Marissa Tomei. And he's another one of those guys that Adam puts in all these movies. He's just got this group of
He's got
buds.
like 4 or 5 that end up in him a lot. Yeah.
Adam's got a great, his character in the movie last night, he's got a great line that we need to grab, because he goes, he's talking to this basketball player. He's like, oh man, Philadelphia fans, they're the best. And then he pauses, he goes, actually, Philadelphia fans are the worst. But that makes them the best.
All right, well, there you go.
Yeah.
That kind of sums it up, right? Yep. All right, and then I have one more city beat, maybe 2 more city beat. Let me see here. 1 city beat, 2 city beat, 3 city beat. All right, how about this one? Another one sent to me by field reporter Marissa Magnotta. A long-awaited transformation of Reading Terminal Market will extend the footprint of the nation's oldest continuously running farmers market. Officials said during a groundbreaking ceremony that they had on Tuesday.
It's groundbreaking.
The Filbert Street Transformation Project was initially announced back in 2019.
It's my favorite band of the 90s.
The Filbert Street Transformation Project? Yeah. They opened for Chicago Transit Authority. Yeah.
Right.
Pretty similar sound.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a ripoff, really.
As a way to expand the historic market and create a large public space for residents and visitors of the Philly staple to enjoy. The plan was delayed by COVID-19, is now slated for completion by this coming fall. It's $1 million project. So they're going to reconstruct the 1100 block of Filbert, adjacent to Reading Terminal Market, and create one of the city's first curbless streets. All right, with sidewalks and car lanes at equal height to the rest of the block. That sounds kind of dangerous to me.
No, what could go wrong?
A portion of the parking lane on Filbert Street
They're going to do away with the traffic lights, too.
will be removed in an effort to widen the sidewalk by 8 feet, making room for additional seating.
So the cars can drive around your tables?
The street changes are meant to serve as a traffic calming measure for the area, as 70% of visitors to Reading Terminal Market apparently arrive by public transit. Those who arrive by car will be able to stop at one of the several passenger loading and unloading stations for ride shares as well.
I love the market.
Me too.
I can't remember the last time I was there, though.
Me either.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that. And it's been, well, I mean, COVID kind
Take
of
2 years, and then before that, I can't even remember the last time I was in there.
I mean, we did 2 or 3 St. Patrick's Day broadcasts there.
And I think that's where this is, Nick.
Yeah,
I think that's where you go under, right by the bar that we would do the St. Patrick's Day broadcast.
And I don't think I've been back there since.
In addition to indoor seating, high top tables and other seating will be available on the widened sidewalk, weather permitting. The outdoor dining options were initially used throughout the pandemic as a way to keep Reading Terminal Market open and busy without risking illness to others in close contact. The outdoor space will also be utilized by local artists, artisans, and food sellers to host outdoor farmers markets, special events curated by Reading Terminal Market. All right, what is an artisan versus an artist?
So I always considered an artisan more craftsman-like.
Okay, making
right as a
selling tchotchkes.
Right, like someone who makes furniture or something of that nature.
Okay,
Artisans are
a worker. I would suggest.
Yeah, artisans are craftsmen who work in textiles, pottery, glass, and other areas. Artists work in fine arts, including painting, illustration, and that
Okay,
can you be a bread artisan?
Yes,
artisanal.
Artisanal bread.
Artisan cheeses, I know
I
that.
think so. That would be a craftsman of sorts.
I like bread and cheese.
Though, have you ever seen Salvador Dali's bread? It was amazing. It had lots of clocks in it.
Yeah.
All right, let me do one more story, and then that's enough for the city beat. Let's see. So the Kimmel Center campus, Chef Jose Garces and Garces Events announced the grand return of the Balcony Bar at the Kimmel.
Bar.
Yeah, Balcony Bar will offer breathtaking views high above Broad Street every Wednesday this summer. And they have a brand new happy hour bite menu, all new summer drink specials, and those stunning views looking down over the Avenue of the Arts. So this will be open. The Balcony Bar will be open for the summer season Wednesday, June 15th at 4:30 for Center City Sips. And I'm not sure exactly how often it's going to be open, but returns with, it says the Balcony Bar also returns with Soundtrack for Summer, provided by some of the biggest DJs in the Philadelphia region.
That guy's huge.
Yeah, he's like 8 feet tall. No, Linz Mars, Rez, Bobby Flowers, and Lean With It, Rebel Ford. There's a whole list of them here. So that will be coming up. It's great down there. And I didn't know that Jose Garces was the food provider there until I went to the last Philly Pops event. And they were
nice, huh?
selling food and bev from him. Yeah, it was great.
You ever been out on that balcony?
I've not.
Yeah, I've seen it, but I haven't been out either. I walked past the Wells Fargo Center last night, and there's that new balcony, or relatively new balcony, on the club level. I think it used to be like the Cadillac Lounge, and now it's on the outside of that.
Yeah.
And I haven't been up there either, but I love when
It's outside?
It is, yeah. And so it has nice views of the city from outside the Wells Fargo Center. It wasn't open last night. The event, the concert was at the Link, but yeah, when they had these balcony bars, it's fantastic. It's so much fun to be outside like that.
It is cool.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, hang on, Marissa.
I just want to add a few fun facts. Nick, you're just talking about the grill. Steven Starr is taking over that restaurant.
Yeah, that's the Wells Fargo
Yes.
renovations, right? Wells Fargo
Yeah.
Center, yeah.
And then Preston with the Jose Garces, he also runs Volver, which is the restaurant down on like the ground floor of the Kimmel Center there.
Okay.
And he's been doing these chef residencies. The latest one coming up is a chef named Dane DeMarco. They used to work at Sonny's and a whole bunch of places on South Street. They opened up a like hot dog joint in Collingswood, I think, somewhere in New Jersey. And so they're bringing all of these like tater tots and like fancy hot dogs to Volver.
Okay.
So,
tater tots.
Yeah, right.
I like fancy hot dogs and
Yeah.
tater tots.
I'm a tot and hot dog fan.
Yeah.
I like the name Volver.
Yeah.
Yeah. So our friend like Foxy Lady Chef was there, and for Cynthia, a whole bunch of chefs were there. But Dane is the final chef there.
All right.
That's
awesome.
your restaurant should be named that person.
welcome to.
Wait.
Oh,
Oh, we went to last night.
The signature drink is the bubba. Yeah.
And then there's the other riff on that. Wait, I have that somewhere. Somebody did. Where the hell is it? No, I can't find it.
Oh, man.
No. What was it?
It was that. That's another one. That's another great.
Or the
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyhow, that is all we're going to have time for this morning for the City Beat. And we do appreciate
Stop talking.
Thank you, Bill. We do appreciate you checking in. We're going to take a break, come back in a second. Bizarre Files on the way, as well as an announcement about something that we have planned. So we'll share that when we get back. Stay put.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
Wonderful.
It worked.
Now that was special. Victoria?
Okay.
All right, Victoria's going to do it. All right, Victoria. Mel, you don't have to. Don't worry.
No, Mel, you're fine.
All right, so Victoria's getting it. She's actually smiling. And she's closing her eyes at the same time. So we're going to get a really good picture for you. Let me ask Mel, would you like to do it or no?
Sure.
All right, she's diving in. She's going to do it.
We're making friends.
We're making friends. This is a beautiful thing.
Mel, look at Mel's face. You're
on,
doing
Alex.
a great job.
Oh, yes. That was huge. All right, Frank, we're not even going to answer.
Yeah.
Unless you want to volunteer that. Yeah, you probably don't, do you?
No.
Okay, he doesn't.
All right.
Oh, my
Is this
God.
real?
Are you really doing that?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. That's
Very good.
Awesome. I love that. Let's hear it for Mel and Frank and Kat and Victoria. They did wonderful. Fear of Clowns. Getting over it right here on the Preston and Steve Show. Yes, we have from the band Fozzy. Let's give some love, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Jericho.
Yeah, I walked in. There's a whole studio audience here, a live studio audience.
Yeah.
This is great.
And a lot of people were excited and came in here very specifically just to say hi and see this interview in person.
Well, it's great, and thanks for having me on. You must be like, first I'm on the phone, then I'm here in person. I appreciate all the Jericho love. I'll tell you that right now.
Coming over to the house next.
Yeah, I got an app next week. There's a hologram. They're going to tour. There's the Jericho hologram and the Dio hologram are going on tour next month.
Hey, you got to milk all the milk out of that
Every
cow.
way you can. Squeeze the crap out of every drop.
Every teat.
Absolutely.
Let me
Every
tell you
teat.
first how impressed I am with the album. I took it home the other day. I listened to it on the way home. And wasn't sure what to expect. You know, I had heard Judas because we've been playing it, and I definitely like the song. And what did I come back and tell you guys?
So solid. This
I
is
said,
real deal.
My word was it's legit.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay,
Yeah.
because you know you have people who have a name from another entertainment industry or sports industry, and then they want to open the door and head down another path and try something out for a little bit, and most of the times that doesn't work. So I was pleasantly surprised when I listened to it. I'm like, okay, this is straight up. It's the real deal.
Well, it's cool. This is our 7th record, and we're almost like a 17-year overnight sensation at this point, which is good because I think over the years, slowly but surely, people have come to realize that, like you said, this is legit. This is the real deal. If it wasn't, I wouldn't be doing this. I think every band has some kind of a gimmick when they start, whether it's Slipknot wears masks or Kiss has makeup or all these different things. Bottom line is, either it's good music or it's not. And it doesn't matter who's in the band or what the story is. Either it's good or it's bad. And after all these years, people are finally going, holy smokes, Fozzy is legit. They make a judgment just because I'm in the band. I think sometimes we have to work twice as hard to get people's respect because of that. We don't mind. When I was 13 years old, I decided I wanted to be in a rock band and I wanted to be a wrestler. And people laughed me out of the building. I remember I went to church and told people, and people laughed me out of the church. Here I am all these years later doing both. I really don't care if people have a judgment about what I do or what I don't do. All I know is that this is good, and I know that people are embracing it.
Right.
If you have a passion and a desire and a talent to do more than one thing, especially in this day and age, it's okay. And if people don't have an issue with that, Paul Stanley said in this documentary that I watched, I probably told you guys this about the book. The only people that tell you can't do something are the ones that have failed. I'm not going to tell you can't do it because I did it. You can do it. And when Paul said that, I embraced that concept and went for it wholeheartedly. And here we are right now talking about this stuff, and it's a great feeling.
Well, I think in a way also you have the benefit of you had another. I'm not going to say a safety net, but you had another thing running that allowed you to just be tenacious, and that you're okay. You don't dig it now. We're going to keep doing it. We're not going to stop. And then, as you said, through attrition, people started to come on board. And this, as you described it, Judas is the game changer.
So is your time being on the mic and doing what you did in the ring helped you out with being able to talk to the audience?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I when I first started wrestling when I was 19, I wanted to be the ultimate rock and roll frontman in the wrestling ring. Paul Stanley, Freddie Mercury, Bruce Dickinson. I wanted to be like the frontman, the party host. And so I did that when I first started because I wasn't the biggest guy, but I knew I could have the biggest personality and the biggest charisma. So when we started Fozzy, I just took those same qualities that I was using as Y2J that I stole from great frontmen, like I mentioned, and then took it back into Fozzy. So it's very much symbiotic. That's a big word for a Canadian. But it all depends on connecting with the audience, whether it's wrestling or music. You need to connect with the crowd and let them know that you don't take yourself seriously. You take the music seriously. You have to have a good time. And when we go do these festivals, there's not a lot of bands that do that. It's very aggro. It's very mosh pitting and stuff. And that's fine. But for us, just drink some beer and chant Fozzy and show your boobs, whether you're a girl or a guy. We don't care. And that's when you get the connection. Let's, especially in this day and age with all the crap that's going on in the world, come to a Fozzy show, leave the BS at the door, and just have a good time, man. That's what it's all about.
Well, that's it. And we've said this. It's the very nature of our show is that if over the years we've heard other shows where it seems like they're pissed off all the time. Why would I want to listen to a show or go to a show where I think they're not enjoying what they're doing?
It's okay to smile and laugh. I think sometimes the word fun and rock and roll gets lost in the translation. Those are always my favorite bands where you can go and just have a good time, man. That's what it's all about. And it's kind of a lost art, and it's something that we take great pride in. We have a reputation for being that way. Is if you come to one of our shows, you're just going to leave with a smile on your face, and that's okay. It doesn't always have to be growling and angst and anger. Go to a Lamb of God show if you want to do that, and that's fine. But for us, we'd rather have some fun.
I know with all that going on, let's not take our eye off the ball here, folks. There's a new Miss America. They had in Atlantic City, obviously, is where the pageant takes place. So they had taken it away for like a couple of years, right? And then they brought it back. I just don't hear about it anymore.
Guys,
afterwards.
We used to watch it.
It was a big deal.
Years ago, it was massive.
Yeah.
And it's just now, I think internet porn took care of that.
But we have a couple of clips from it. We have, do you want to hear the winner? Or, let's hear the winner first.
All right.
Miss North Dakota.
Your new Miss America is Miss North Dakota.
So Miss North Dakota.
Miss North Dakota took it.
Attractive young lady, as you would imagine.
Wants to be the governor.
Yes,
eventually. That's her aspiration.
Yep, that is
correct.
But
the highlight for the evening was the talent portion, especially Miss Louisiana.
All right, here we go.
Lucky Lucy, are you ready? Yes. Hit it.
Heard it. I'm ready to talk now, and I cannot see your listening. What was that? I said I can't see your listening. Yeah, that's louder. Heard it. Sound good to me.
You betcha. It sure does sound good, doesn't it, to be here in front of all these nice people?
It's a good culture.
What was that? It's a dream come true. She just gives up. God damn it! I said it's a dream come true.
She's getting mad at herself.
I suck.
slams the dummy on the ground.
Freaking thing. To be here in front of all these fine people and mid-level celebrities is such a thrill. What are we gonna do? We're gonna entertain the team. What's that? We're gonna entertain the team. What's that? We're gonna entertain the people.
What I said is, if you just listen for a effing second, we're going to entertain the people.
She's gorgeous, though.
She's stunning.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
looking at a still shot of her.
She's a
with
Miss
her-
America contestant.
Yeah, with her two ventriloquist dummies.
And the dummies.
Oh, we haven't even heard the clip yet. Are you ready?
You good people ready?
Lucky Lucy, are you ready? Yes. Hit it. I wanna be a cowboy sweetheart. I wanna learn to roll
All right, I'll let it play. Hang on a second.
I wanna ride on the plains of the desert, out west of the Great Divide. I wanna hear the coyotes sing as the sun sets in the west. I wanna be.
Honestly, where is this? Where does this fly? I think if you come in before someone's receiving a lethal injection, it's like.
You might have it.
Before you get the shot, we have a ventriloquist actually. And they're going to give me the shot. Give me the shot.
All right. We haven't even got to the yodeling part yet. Hang on.
Oh, there's yodeling?
Yeah, there's yodeling. Apparently there's yodeling.
All right.
Cowboy sweetheart, that's the life I love the best.
Oh my God.
At that very moment, half the judges were booking flights to Naples, Florida.
Right. Wow, look at how hot she is.
Super
We're looking
hot.
at that video footage of her now. She's wow, she's a stunner. And that's Miss who?
That is Miss Louisiana.
Miss Louisiana. Okay. Nick had sent me some information about this guy. His name was Xavier Atencio.
And he invented Leopold the FBI cat?
No, he did not. He was the Disney Imagineer who helped bring to life iconic theme park attractions such as Pirates of the Caribbean and the Haunted Mansion. And he passed away just this last Sunday, and he was 98 years old.
So when I was a kid, for a brief period when I was in third grade, which would have put me, I would have been about 17. We went out to live in California for almost a full year. And going to Disneyland, the Disneyland, there was no Disney World at that time. Those attractions were, you as a kid, you might as well have been transported to another universe.
You couldn't believe it.
Just mind-boggling. And they just actually sort of re-tinkered Pirates of the Caribbean because of PC questions, but it's still essentially the same ride there.
He also wrote the lyrics to their memorable songs. Yo Ho, A Pirate's Life. He wrote that.
Did he write It's a Small World? No, that's from
he didn't. But he wrote Grim Grinning Ghost that they sing on the Haunted Mansion tour as well. In the mid-1960s, Atencio's career changed course, and Walt Disney called him into his office and asked him to join the Imagineering unit that created theme park attractions. He said, I went over there reluctantly because I didn't know what I was getting into, and nobody there knew what I was supposed to do either. About a month later, I got a phone call from Walt. He told me, I want you to do the script for the Pirates of the Caribbean.
This is a great opportunity, and if you don't do it, you're fired.
And he said he had never written a script before the Pirates assignment. Pirates was the last ride that Walt Disney would directly supervise. Disney died December in 1966, just 3 months before the attraction. It never really opened. He died before it opened.
It's amazing.
But Atencio helped him to experience it in a way. He said, we mocked it up on a sound stage in full size, and we pushed Walt through it. We rigged up a chart.
What am I looking at here?
We rigged up a cart that moved about the same pace
I
that
can't see.
the boat would, and we moved him through.
This hurts my back substantially.
And we had the auctioneer.
Why are you doing this to me?
And we had the auctioneer up here, and he said, what do ye offer this buxom wench? And then on the other side, a pirate yells, 6 bottles of rum, et cetera, et cetera. He said, but it was hard to hear. And I said, I'm sorry, Walt, you can't hear the stuff too clearly. And he said, if you go to a cocktail party, you tune in on one conversation, and then you tune in on that one. Every time they come through, they'll see something new. And I thought, why the heck didn't I think of that? That is Xavier Atencio.
Pirate's life for me.
So he wrote this.
We kindle and char, inflame and ignite. Drink up, me hearties, yo ho. We burn up the city, we're really a fright. Drink up, me hearties, yo ho.
We burn up the city.
Yeah, we burn up the city and rape the people and kill everyone who won't come along. We slit their throats and throw them overboard and turn them into shark bait.
Yeah, exactly.
Confiscate the children and make them slaves.
The city, we're really a fright. Drink up, me hearties, yo ho. We're beggars and flaggers and ne'er-do-well cats. Drink up, me hearties, yo ho. Allow your laugh and mummies and dads. Drink up, me hearties, yo ho. Yo ho, a pirate's life for me.
And we're all half crazy because of syphilis.
Drink up, me hearties, yo ho.
The robot, you know, with the mouth.
And we're all half crazy because of syphilis.
But you're right. They burned down the town.
Burn down the town and kill the animals and sexually abuse the women.
And ravage and don't give a hoot. Drink up, me hearties, yo ho.
Pirate's life. When you, yeah.
I think that's
The
how the
salty old sea.
I think that's how the first movie ends, with Johnny Depp saying, "Drink up, me hearties, yo ho."
Oh, really?
I think that's the last line of the movie.
hearties, yo Yeah, he's doing that freaking Jack Sparrow impression.
No, he needs to be just Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be? Yeah.
We come into town and rock around and visit the Viper Room. Oh.
I noticed that it's very hard to swat a fly.
Oh.
They move so fast.
Well, I have it kind of down to a science.
I have a theory too. What is yours?
You, in many ways, it's like sex. You come down the back from behind the eyesight, doesn't go all the way back to the back.
Okay.
So that's how I come in for the SWAT.
My theory is, if you're just sitting there and one like lands on your leg or something like that,
You ain't gonna win.
You don't move. No,
Right.
I have a way to do it. I slowly will bring my hand into the doors. Take advantage of Pella's summer sale today, and you can get 40% off installation or 3-year interest-free financing for a limited time. Visit PellaPhilly.com. A design for today and whatever comes next. All right, so I was doing research yesterday for the Bizarre File, and I came across this story, and I had to do a double take. I'm reading the headline, and sure enough, this is the case in this particular story. The Missouri Court of Appeals has affirmed that an insurance company mispaid $5.2 million in a settlement granted to a woman who claimed she unwittingly caught a sexually transmitted disease from her former romantic partner in his car. Now, a 3-judge panel found the judgment against Geico Insurance Company through earlier arbitration proceedings was valid. The insurance company sought to undo the action, claiming that errors were made. Now, the woman, who was only identified as M.O., we'll call her Mo.
Yes.
In court records, notified Geico in February of 2021 of her intention to seek monetary damages, alleging that she contracted HPV, the human papilloma virus, from an insured member in his automobile. She contended the man caused her to be infected with the STD despite being aware of his condition and the risks of unprotected sex. The insurance company declined the settlement, sending the case to arbitration. So she's suing the insurance company because they had sex in his car. His car is insured by them.
Wow.
It's a stretch, but they've got to pay up now. I don't get it.
I don't get it. At that point, why not sue the so they were in a parking lot, is my understanding?
I don't know, I guess.
Sue the company that the parking lot is the business or whatever, because they're in some way responsible for it as well. I don't get this.
The arbitrator found that the man and woman had sex inside his vehicle that directly caused or directly contributed to cause the HPV infection. The man was found liable for not disclosing his infection status, and the woman was awarded $5.2 million in damages and injuries to be paid by Geico.
So what's covered under your What's
your
covered under your automotive
right.
insurance? So we assume that it would have to be predicated on something that resulted as
as a result.
Well, I got the genital wart package.
You got
on my
genital wart
insurance,
package? Does that include undercoating?
It's part of it.
On your taint?
Yeah.
This is one of those things that has never happened before, and so they don't know how to deal with it. And technically, if she files a claim, they got to pay her.
Well,
out.
you know what's going to happen? We're all going to end up paying for it because rates are going to go up as people start to exploit the system for stuff like this.
Well, they'll fix it. They'll fix it now.
Well, did they only have sex in the car?
I don't know. I don't really know. The insurance company filed motions seeking a new hearing of the evidence and for the award to be tossed out, saying the judgment violated the company's rights to due process and the arbitration agreement was unenforceable.
Yeah,
But
I don't think they're going to stick with this.
they're saying she's got to pay up, or the insurance company has to pay $5.2 million.
Let's see the gecko talk about this one.
This is a pretty wild story of survival. Riker Webb, the 3-year-old boy, was found safe in Montana after 2 days on his own, survived by seeking shelter in a shed. 3 years old.
It's amazing.
Riker was reported missing Friday afternoon and found on Sunday roughly 2 miles from his home in the small town of Troy in northwestern Montana. According to Sheriff Darren Short, the redhead toddler was discovered by a family that was checking on their cabin. Short said they heard a little boy's voice from the shed out back where they keep a generator, so they went to the shed, and there he was. When Short arrived on the scene, he said that Riker was visibly shaken. He said he was very, very scared, noting that mountain lions and bears inhabit the area. There were also severe thunderstorms on the evening that Riker went missing.
Wow.
Temperatures dipped into the 40s. The shed where he took shelter was a very old log cabin type structure. Short asked Riker several questions, and the little boy shared that he went for a long walk by himself, and then he got tired. Short recalled how Riker's eyes lit up at the mention of being reunited with his parents. He said he had a wide-eyed, scared look until he got back to his mom and dad. Riker was taken to a medical center for evaluation, but has since been discharged. The case is still open. Authorities want to know why Riker's parents waited at least 2 hours to report him missing.
Yeah.
He said, we're still looking into why he disappeared and why he wasn't being watched closely.
What a resourceful kid, though. They said by the time that he got to Preston, he was using twigs and deer spoor to build a kinder care.
Wow, good for him. Terrifying video shows the moment of an orangutan grabbing a zoo visitor by the leg and apparently tries to drag him into its cage.
And he was listening to Fleetwood Mac.
The powerful ape, thought to be a female, locks both hands and a foot around the victim. Tries to pull away as the orangutan yanks him towards the bars.
They're
and then
incredibly
grabs
strong.
hold of his legs, lifting him off the ground and twisting while holding the bars with its feet for a tighter grip.
And the hands are going up towards the guy's junk.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy because, he grabs the shirt first and then, he's, I guess, maybe losing. Oh, it's a her, by the way.
Yeah.
Her grip of the shirt and quickly goes to the leg where she can just really grab on.
Yep.
I saw this for the first time when Chris Long, formerly of the Philadelphia Eagles, had posted it on his podcast, and he contends that he could beat up an orangutan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
that really would. I'd love to. We'll get Damon Fellman to arrange that fight.
by the way, orangutans are around 7 times stronger than humans. They are able to lift 500 pounds, 3 times their body weight, with long muscular arms adapted for swinging through the trees. Who said this?
Chris Long.
Chris Long's an idiot. He's an
Dude,
idiot.
look,
They've got 4 hands essentially.
All right.
And like it looked like absolutely nothing. Like she wasn't even struggling, just holding on to the person's leg.
We haven't chatted with Chris for a while. I think it's time to get him back on the show.
And their bite is almost as powerful as a lion's, even though they mostly eat fruit and leaves.
wow.
But they are mostly solitary, and violence is rare. But in 2016, scientists saw a female and a hired gun male team up to corner and kill an older female in Boreno. But there are no recorded fatal attacks on humans. So they've never had any
they were caught with humans.
real issues. Yeah. An investigation is underway after a man got onto an Alberta school bus and slept in the back while the bus transported children to school. The bus driver had left the bus unattended outside
Don't forget to do your homework.
a grocery store. When a man got on the bus, searched around for valuables, and then went to sleep in the back one of the back seats.
Has anyone ever juice box?
The bus driver reportedly did not realize that the man was on the bus and continued to pick up children on the route.
Isn't the standard thing, isn't that now, wouldn't that be the absolute must? Check the bus at the beginning of the day and check the bus at the end of the day.
Well, the guy stopped at a grocery store, the bus driver did.
And the guy
ran
got
in and came back.
There we
so,
go.
Yeah.
All right.
So the police were called when the bus arrived at the school, but Mounties say that the man was not apprehended. All of the children arrived safely at school. Cunningham Transport says the driver has been suspended until further notice. All right. With that being the end of the bizarre file, we have an announcement to make. All right, so you already know that the I Bleed for Preston and Steve, the 17th, by the way, event is coming up with the American Red Cross. The date is Friday, June 24th. There are 2 locations. We will be at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia and the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center at Oaks. You can make an appointment at WMMR.com. Now, here is the added little bit. For the first time ever, we're going to be doing our show live at this event, friends. We will be broadcasting live at one of the locations. So you can find us, the Preston and Steve Show, at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center at Oaks. And we will be there for our entire program. All donors, by the way, get an I Believe for Preston and Steve reusable tote bag, courtesy of Window Nation, and the newest Preston and Steve t-shirt. And while we are broadcasting live at the Oaks location, Brent Porsche, Jackie Bam Bam, and Sarah Parker will all report live from the Live Casino location.
We'll be all over the place.
Yeah, so we're gonna be spreading out a bit. And normally we would do this on a Saturday. We're doing it on a Friday, and we would come out and spend the majority of the day hanging out and meeting people. This time we're actually going to be doing it on a weekday, on a Friday, so we will be reporting live doing our show from the event.
We're able to do our show. If you have weekend plans and you're leaving the area, you could still hit us.
Yeah.
Give your donation and then head out for the weekend. We hope this works in our favor.
Yeah, in fact, if you're, let's say you're shorebound or something like that, you can go to like the Live Casino and then boom, jump right on the Walt Whitman and head out and be on your way after you make your donation. I'd sit down for a little while
Just
first,
a little bit,
before you do that, and they'll give you some cookies and juice and so on.
Cookies.
But nonetheless, please sign up, make an appointment. Please do this with us. We want to make it the biggest one ever. You can go to WMMR.com and not only make an appointment, but you can find out about the eligibility guidelines as well. And that'll let you know whether you have traveled somewhere or had a specific medication or something like that might disqualify you from donating blood. And we would appreciate it if you would kind of jump ahead and find out that information first. But let's do this, man. Let's do this. We will be there June 24th, broadcasting live at Greater Philadelphia Expo Center. And Brent and Jackie and Sarah will be at the Live Casino. So we're excited to announce that and happy to get you on board and can't wait to see you there. We're going to take a break. Don't forget, we have Danny Tambrielli, who's going to be joining us. He was on the Adventures of Pete and Pete.
Pete and Pete.
And they're doing a live podcast coming up, right, Casey? You never got me that information.
I did not get you that information,
All right, we'll
but
get
yes,
that
like very, very soon.
when we get back. And also Joe, Mr. D. Dombrowski, who's going to be at Punchline, will be joining us as well. Be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3
hands.
Yeah.
If it starts rubbing them together, because at first it'll notice your hand and it'll stop.
That's when it gets all greedy.
Freeze and won't move. Yeah. And then when it starts going about its business, it is now not necessarily paying attention to your hand anymore. And then, bam! Nail them. I'm a fly hater, and I actually keep a scoreboard at my house for dead flies. That's cool. Everybody's name is on there.
I notice there's a fly hater too.
And if you get them, you get a hash mark for everyone that you get.
He actually keeps score.
I should have done a prize at the end of the summer, but I never got around to doing that. But anyhow, so here's the deal. This question, why do they move so fast, flies, was put to the BBC World Service crowd science team. And the answer is that, compared to us, basically, they see things that, they see things essentially what we see in slow motion. So they see the world moving. This guy's wearing a bucket hat. Much slower. The speed of time differs depending on your species. This happens because animals see the world around them like a continuous video, but in reality, they piece together images sent from the eyes to the brain in distinct flashes a set number of times per second. And I'll explain that. So humans average 60 flashes per second and flies 250. The speed at which those images are produced by the brain is called the flicker fusion rate.
Flicker fusion rate.
Yes.
Flicker.
And it's weird how they were able to determine this. So in general, the smaller
Did
the
they
species,
capture a fly and interrogate him?
the faster its critical flicker. They put a light in front of him.
Please, I don't know. I'm so thirsty.
They start smacking him around.
No. Oh, no, please. Come on. I'm just a fly.
In general, the smaller the species, the faster its critical flicker fusion rate is, and flies in particular.
Critical
put us to
flicker
shame.
fusion rate.
Yeah, so Professor Roger Hardy from the University of Cambridge investigates how flies' eyes work and has
It's actually very interesting when you stop and consider it.
And has an experiment to determine their flicker fusion rate. So it's simply how fast a light has to be turning on and off, that's the flicker,
right,
before it's perceived or seen as just a continuous light. So like a flashing strobe light, okay?
Right, so even
and
though
you can tell when it's going off and on, but at some point you can't, even though it is going off and on.
Right.
So what they did is they insert tiny glass electrodes into the living light-sensitive cells of their eyes.
Of a fly's eyes.
Photoreceptors.
How do they do that?
Before flashing LED lights at faster and faster speeds. Each flash of the LED produces a tiny electrical
I
current.
assume ladybugs come in nurse outfits.
In the photoreceptor.
That'd be hot.
Hey, up here, buddy. Up here. Here's where the 10,000 eyes are.
Each flash of the LED produces a tiny electrical current into the photoreceptors that a computer can graph onto a screen. Tests reveal the fastest fly record distinct responses to flickering up to 400 times per second. Yeah, so, but I'm amazed at modern science and the fact that they can actually take something that tiny like that and actually...
How do they get them to sit still to put those things in their eyes?
The chair is very comfortable.
Yeah, it's comfortable. They get a little foot
Well, this
masseuse.
is good. What is this? Oh, my God. Look at this. The feet come up.
And they have them relax. Somebody said that's why electricity cycles at 60 hertz per second, or HZ. Is that hertz per second?
That's just hertz.
Oh, 60 hertz?
It hurts.
God, would you stop it already?
We're morons.
All right. I have a list of things from various magazines of suggestions of what to do. For your fall activities.
Local or anywhere?
No, this is just anywhere.
Okay.
But no, these are stupid. A pumpkin spice latte date.
Oh, my God.
Treat your bestie to a PSL.
Bestie.
Wait, what's
a PS? A pumpkin spice latte.
Okay.
I know.
And
Yes,
spend.
I just wanted to let you know that your list stinks.
How about dinner and a fall-themed movie?
That's ridiculous.
All right, what's
Throw
the-
that list out.
What's
How
a
about buy
fall-themed
some
movie?
orange crayons and rub it on a piece of paper?
Honestly,
How about wait for them to come in and relax the straps on your hands?
Bake an apple pie together.
Yes.
Okay.
What if you're not together? What if you're alone?
How about this? Watch a football game. These are just ridiculous. These are like out of like Allure magazine or
Yeah,
Or
right.
how about look out the window at your neighbor's house?
Honest to God, like somebody actually got paid to do that.
They needed an extra page in the magazine.
Here's a good fall activity.
Walk to the
for
end
you.
of your driveway, turn around, and go back.
From the mind of Preston Elliott, do one of the train rides that are available in our areas. That that would be cool, right?
Yeah.
There's one out of New Hope.
Strasbourg all over the place.
What is it?
SEPTA is all over the place.
This is so scenic.
Is that Chester?
Hey, man, I'm sorry I pissed on you.
Yeah, especially the houses that live right next to the train tracks. Those are always lovely.
Strasbourg is the one you're thinking of.
Strasbourg.
All right, is that's the best in the area, right?
They have the ghost train. It's like the old style locomotive. That's
No.
up by Lancaster.
And didn't we have a Not Your Average Listener? Was she from?
She was an engineer.
Yeah,
An engineer,
for them. Yeah.
That was cool.
And
That
that
was
one
really
one
cool.
goes for about 40 minutes. From what I understand,
something like that, yeah.
40, 45 minutes.
Most
okay.
of them are like a half, anywhere from like 40 minutes to an hour.
That's still cool.
But
yeah.
Case, along the lines of what you were saying, and if you're in Jersey, New Jersey Transit.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Does SEPTA
Listen,
go over
it's
there?
not exactly the same experience, but the buses are always a blast.
This also says have a fall photo shoot.
Oh, I'm doing that.
What? Who put this together? Sling Blade?
We're doing a family photo
I got some
shoot.
great ideas for all of them.
No, don't make fun of that one.
Go outside looking out there, like raccoons out in the field.
So you're doing a fall photo shoot?
Yeah,
Family
we're doing
photo shoot?
it, Steve, on Forbidden Drive.
Yes, it'll be. Yeah, I'd love to. Forbidden Drive is close to me. Huh?
Actually, that's a good idea.
Do you want to bring us hot chocolate in the morning?
I will
All
absolutely
right.
with spice latte. SP. What is it?
SPL.
PSL.
PSL.
Look,
Wait.
I brought some SPLs.
SPL.
Look, I brought some silent
PSL.
deadlies.
Yeah.
Pumpkin spice latte.
I brought some
Penis.
SPLs.
What did I say?
Silent but deadly. SPGs.
CVDA.
I brought some DVDAs, everybody.
PSLs is
And lube.
Just replace
DSL is
penis.
something very different.
Yeah.
What?
All right, hang on.
Just say the letters. The letters aren't profane.
No, but I'm just saying.
You
well,
won't
you know what
know.
DSL, right?
Oh, yeah.
But a PSL.
D
just,
sucking lips.
yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So now you're pee sucking.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank
Okay,
you.
guys.
We used to say
it's a
DSB,
little bit-
deadly sperm buildup. You hadn't gotten laid in a year.
Oh.
Yeah. I have
Here.
DSB.
Where's that taking
My
place?
pupils are white.
We are all. This is.
We are.
This is.
This is it.
we're
These are
off the
fall
rails.
activities.
We are off the rails.
I just want to know when
Yes,
you're
I'm
doing.
interested in where the DSL is taking place. I believe I qualify.
I definitely qualify.
Romano, ROMANO.
That was my nickname, by the way.
What?
Are you kidding?
Shut up, DSL.
My girlfriends would call me that. Yes.
Wow.
How ironic.
That is.
No, I wasn't actually using.
I
them
know.
for that,
That's the
but yeah.
definition of irony. It's. Oh my God.
It does, yeah. That's talk about Sling Blade. That's like nicknaming him the brain.
Right.
Hey, genius.
DSL.
That's funny.
Wow, we still find things out about each other after all these years. So the Warner Brothers movie A Star is Born remake is pushing its release to May 18th, 2018 from September 28th through
Why is that?
2018. You know what? They don't really give a reason why, but they're moving it up.
This is Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga.
Yeah, exactly. Cooper plays Jackson Maine, who discovers a talented unknown named Allie. That's Lady Gaga. Her eventual fame puts a strain on their romance, and previous versions include the 1937 film starring Frederick Mark and Janet Gaynor.
And the one with James Mason, where I played Norman Maine.
Yeah, in 1954.
To Judy Garland's Esther Blodgett.
Yes, James Mason and Judy Garland.
It was the first time. It was a musical version, and that was the first time.
It was a musical?
The original was not.
Oh, okay. Like they sang.
They sang. There were songs sung.
But did they sing?
Often.
Did they sing dialogue to each other, or was it just songs were in it?
There were songs performed.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank
right.
you, Mr. Mason. And have some Thunderbirds.
Yeah, thank you. When
Yes.
friends drop by unexpectedly, I break out the Thunderbird and beef jerky.
Beef jerky?
Absolutely. Okay. And everyone leaves with a small Tupperware container full of taco dip.
Oh.
That's how we roll at the Mason house.
Do we still have the Thunderbird? See if you can find that audio. Look up James Mason and Thunderbird, which was basically Thunderbird is like the malt liquor
Right.
that you'll find, discarded bottles of in
Alleyways,
In
yeah, yeah.
alleyways. And here it is. Yes.
I like the unusual flavor of Thunderbird wine. It's an exceptionally good drink for every occasion. Thunderbird has an unusual flavor all its own.
The usual flavor. What I imagine perhaps a sloth seminal fluid to taste like.
Oh my God!
Wow.
That's unusual for sure, as I'm only guessing, having not ever gone down on a sloth. Unusual for sure.
Nobody's ever said that.
Oh my God, I'm wheezing like crazy. Oh.
Not quite like anything I've ever tasted.
Actually, physically sticks in my teeth, which you don't find in most liquids.
I suggest that you try Thunderbird. It's really delightful.
Best way to get rid of unwanted friends.
This is
I know.
peak lazy. Walmart has revealed it is testing a service in Silicon Valley that delivers groceries straight into customers' refrigerators.
They'll pack your fridge for you?
Yep.
They'll pack your ass, Preston.
You moving? Bend over and I'll pack your
All
ass
right,
for
is
you.
this because so
Help you pack your ass.
Amazon, you have Amazon is like pantry or whatever, and then Amazon Fresh, where they deliver it to your
How about
doorstep.
Amazon Rectum, where they actually feed you the food and then push it through your...
Oh, dear God.
Yeah.
So the problem we have with the Amazon Fresh isn't really anything except for the fact that when they pack the frozen food and the perishable foods, they have ice packs to keep it like fresh. Now we have like 70.
You don't have to
we
keep
have
them.
70 ice packs.
You don't have to keep them.
Right?
You
Do you
can
know what?
actually throw some of them out
If
if
you
you
can,
want.
drop them off at retirement homes. They love to play with them.
Wait a minute. So you feel obligated to keep them all?
Well, all right. So they did come in handy for the shore this past summer. 'Cause
I keep a couple of them.
Yeah, we kept a whole bunch in the freezer. So when we would take a cooler down to the beach or whatever, but
Can't you return them?
I guess you
No,
could.
it's just plastic with water in it.
Oh, all right.
It's
Oh, and
not.
by the way, what is it just plastic with
No,
water in it? Because
it's-
those things stay frozen for days.
No, yeah. Poke one open, drain it out.
Drink it.
Drink it.
Drink it.
No thanks.
and then no, I'm saying if you want to get rid of them, and then throw it in the recycling.
Isn't
my
it
point is I don't
airline
think-
employee semen? Isn't that what it is?
I don't
Okay.
think it's just water. I will bet you.
Oh.
What?
That would be a great idea.
Oh, wait a
I
second.
Okay.
will bet you
Ooh.
a shopping spree
No.
that it is more than just water. What do you mean no?
Make it more interesting than
Well,
shopping
what
spree.
does
I want your ripped shirt.
Yeah,
Oh,
complete the
You
rip
want to
on
wear
your
it.
Off your
shirt.
back.
Rip
With
it
the
all the
underpants
way
down.
Let me
down.
rip
right
the
now.
rest of your shirt.
Yeah.
And you got a bet.
We now rip it below knocker level.
You have to puncture them first, right? You can't
No.
just throw them away full.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that too much effort?
Did you say yo? Or did you say no?
I said yeah.
yeah.
Yo.
Okay.
I said yeah.
Yo, buddy.
Yo.
Anyway, yes, we started hanging on to a few of those as well, and then what am I doing? And I just started throwing them away. So.
I'm done with the coat I wanted to make out of these.
All right, hold on.
What?
We may
Breaking news?
No, it's not. No, it's not breaking
are you
news. Don't do
serious?
it.
Too late.
Breaking news. Breaking news.
A lot of texts are coming in
Breaking news. Do.
saying that they've opened those things up, and there's all kinds of blue stuff and sticky and
Oh my gosh.
things inside of it.
Kathy, where's he going to take you?
Where are we going? Sex, Preston, right after the show.
Sex?
Sex right after
yeah.
the show. Wow.
Sex after the show with Kathy.
Here's another one. So it says the packs say on it that you can cut them and empty them down the drain.
Oh. Well, I don't read things.
Here's somebody says I'm the owner of Amazon. The fluid is from aborted babies.
Oh, good God.
Another level.
Okay, I don't know.
That's not funny.
But what see? Now you may be taking about your service. Is yours from Amazon?
No, mine's HelloFresh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do.
Hello, Fresh.
Blue Apron. I want to go to this call on the line real quick. Location at the convention center, and we're going to be 2 locations this year. There in Live Casino, and so we will be broadcasting during our program. If you come out to Oaks and be a part of that, and then Jackson and Brent and Sarah are going to be at the other location.
So,
checking in on the radio.
Hang on for a bit, and then I might head over to the other location as well just to say hi. But, I mean, again, if you were planning anything for the weekend, and it's something we ran in, we had an issue over the many years we've done this because it's on a Saturday normally. A lot of people head out to the shore. They have other plans. This hopefully will make it easier for you.
Yep, absolutely. So we're excited about that. All the information, WMMR.com. I think we're going to play a game. I think we have some prizes. We need to move them. We haven't done a contest in a little while.
Right.
And I love this one. And thank you guys for allowing me to play it. We're going to do this.
It's time for Preston Elliott's rock trivia game that no one would play with him.
All right. So we need callers on the line. 215-263 WMMR.
That's the full explanation of the game, right?
That's
The
it.
intro.
Yep, that's it. Nobody would play the rock trivia game that I had in my house. It sat there for years. And it was, They knew I would dominate. They knew I would kill them. My family, no, they don't care about rock trivia. So
They just
I
don't
had it.
care.
And I never got to play, and it sat there. So we brought it in, and essentially, Steve asked me a question. I give an answer. You have to agree or disagree. Now, I may fudge the answer. You never know.
It's quite possible. Some of these, I think, are general and easy. Some of these, I think, are a little bit more difficult.
But I will try to answer if I can.
For the most part, if your family demurred from playing the game because they thought you'd kill them on it, they're probably right because a good portion of these are pretty easy.
Yeah.
I think.
All right, 215-263 WMMR is the number. I wanted to request, and I will sometime, to do just like a hair metal version.
We can do that.
Because I was listening to the final countdown from
Europe
the other day, and I realized I started rattling off all the names of the band members. I didn't know them all, but Joey Tempest and Key Marcello came to mind, and I'm like, how do I still remember those guys' names? And I started thinking some of the other bands. I'm like, yeah, Doc, and I know all those guys, and I remember White Lion, and I'm like, oh my God, I knew who all these people were, and I still remember a lot of that.
They're in a Geico commercial, aren't they?
Yeah.
Europe?
White Lion or Europe is, yeah. It's when the microwave is on, and it's counting down from 10 seconds. It's the final countdown. It was so great. So, all right. Anyhow, we're gonna play. This is a great theme to use for this. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna play Preston LA's Rock Trivia Game.
You guys rock.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate that. Okay, so we're playing the Rock Trivia Game. Steve is going to ask a question. I will answer. You just have to agree or disagree, and we'll see if we have a prize for you. In case you'll have the proper effects and ready to go, because I don't know where they are. I can't.
got it right here.
There are no words on it. Literally,
There's no words on
Can't
it.
read it. So, Steve, let's have it.
All right, Dan, get ready. Here's the question I'm posing to Preston. Preston, what band's 4 remaining members recorded Runaway as their tribute to Del Shannon?
Wow. What 4 members?
What band's 4 remaining members recorded Runaway, classic song, as their tribute to Del Shannon?
Wow, that's a really good question. 4 remaining members.
I think that it's weird that they use the word remaining, so if that's catching you up.
Okay. To Del Shannon's Runaway. I remember, Bonnie Raitt did a cover of that song that was really good. And I remember Billy Joel did a tribute with that song as well. But I'm going to say, no, wouldn't be the Grateful Dead. There's too many members in that band. Let's go with the Rolling Stones.
The Rolling Stones. Dan, Preston says it was the Rolling Stones. Do you agree or disagree?
Disagree.
You're right. It was the Traveling Wilburys.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Yeah.
I guess maybe who was the first Wilbury to die? I guess Roy Orbison.
Right.
Because I think there were 5 of them because there was Roy
that's right.
Orbison, George Harrison, Jeff Lynne.
Jeff Lynne
and Tom Petty and Bob Dylan.
Right.
So there were 5.
Right.
So there you go. All right. Must have been after Roy died. All right. Dan wins. Hang on the line, Dan. Here's what we got for you.
Dan, you got a case of New Belgium Voodoo Ranger IPA. Voodoo Ranger IPA is bursting with tropical aromas and juicy fruit flavors. It's perfectly bitter golden IPA with a refreshing finish.
La.
Yeah. Live. I said live, but it's live rangerously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's our I don't even know where that is. Thank you.
Live rangerously.
All right, so I'm 0 for 1, but we're 1 for 1 on the prizes.
That's right.
So that's a good
You
thing.
can win even if Preston gets it wrong.
Hey, there's a guy named Jimbo on the line.
Jimbo!
Yo, Jimbo.
Santa's got to go.
Yeah,
Santa's gotta go.
He does. All right, Jimbo.
Santa's got to go.
All right, we're playing,
Rock Trivia Game! Yeah!
Let's do this.
All right, Jimbo, get ready. This is the question for Preston. Preston, what band teamed up with Jimmy Page for 2002's Live at the Greek album?
What band teamed up with Jimmy Page for 2002's Live at the Greek album?
Yes. was recorded in 2002.
Is that the year that happened? Oh, okay.
They were live.
Oh.
And
I know this. I do know this.
I know you know this, and you will probably think it through. Do the alphabet.
No, that's not going to help me at all. Give me page 2002, Live at the Greek. It was, man, I know this. I can see it in my head. U2.
U2. All right. Jimbo,
Black Rose.
do you agree or disagree?
I disagree. Black Rose.
You are right, Jimbo!
I had no idea.
Jimbo got it right.
He did.
And right.
He did.
Wow.
What do we have for Jimbo?
All right, Jimbo, we got a case of new Belgium Voodoo Ranger IPA. Voodoo Ranger IPA is bursting with tropical aromas and juicy fruit flavors. It is a perfectly bitter golden IPA with a refreshing finish. Live rangerously.
I just thought of this. I thought the way we could, it might be a logistical nightmare to double up on prizes, but if I get it wrong, they disagree with me and give the correct answer.
All right.
There should be some kind of bonus for that. We're not going to start that.
We will
now,
take back the Tony Danza tickets.
We will take back your Tony Danza tickets as a prize. All right, man, I'm 0 for 2, but we're 2 for 2 on winners.
So I tried to get. I didn't want to just. There are a couple of softballs in here, but I went for ones that might be challenging.
But I did not know that. We have James next. Hey, James. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you, James. All right, we're ready to play the rock trivia game here. Okay.
Rock trivia game.
All right, James. James, here we go. Preston, what band scored a breakthrough with their 1988 album Operation Mindcrime?
That would be Queensryche.
Preston says Queensryche. James, do you agree or disagree?
I would totally agree with that.
You're right!
That was an easy one. All right, hang on a second, James. Here's what we got for you, buddy.
James, you got a pair of tickets to see the Phillies, your red hot Phillies, and the Diamondbacks on Saturday. It's this Saturday at 4:05. Plus, you get field passes for the post-game concert with the Avett Brothers. You can get tickets at Phillies.com.
All right. Somebody texts in and says, I don't know why your family doesn't want to play this game with you. You suck.
Oh, man.
Wow, man.
That's not cool.
People are being so nice today.
Bill should not
Aren't they,
text.
Nick?
There's something in the air today.
There is something in the air. I've noticed a lot of...
a little snark.
Just a little, that's a good word for it.
Yeah.
Snark.
Yeah.
So, let's all take a deep breath collectively.
Yeah.
Say yeah together. Linda.
And snark my balls. How about that?
Yeah.
Feel a little better.
All right.
By the way, I'm looking down at the phone's right here, and it's from Greg Monahan, just sent a website. Orangutan casually fondles some balls is a YouTube video.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's where we work.
Explore that later on. All right. We're going to Todd next for the rock trivia game. Todd, are you there, sir?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning to
All
you.
right, Todd. I'm going to ask Preston your question.
Oh, hang on.
Rock trivia game.
Okay, we just watched the orangutan casually fondling balls video. It's
great.
It's worth a look.
Is it worth the wait?
It's short. It's worth a look. It's only 6 seconds long.
Also, anytime an orangutan is wearing shorts, there's just put a monkey in shorts and it's a
the
better
best.
monkey.
Yeah.
All animals should wear clothes.
I agree.
All
All
right.
right, Todd, here we go, bud.
Here's your question, Preston. I think that this is one you can handle. What band's 1997 tour had each show beginning with the band members emerging from a huge lemon?
Said it earlier. It was you too.
All right. Todd, do you agree or disagree?
I agree.
You're right! Yeah!
I believe that was the Pop Mart tour.
I saw that tour.
I did too. It was at. It was at what stadium was it at? It was down by Penn.
Franklin Field.
Was it Franklin Field?
Yeah.
And that was a great show.
Yeah, I think they did the next one where they had all the TVs. I think that was at the Vet.
That was Zoo TV, right?
No, I get those two confused.
Zoo
Right.
TV was before Pop Mart.
Okay, Zoo TV was at the Vet.
Okay.
Pop Mart was at the Franklin Field.
Yeah, that was a great show. All right, and for Todd.
He got a pair of tickets to see the Phil's Diamondbacks on Saturday at 4:05. Plus, he gets field passes for the post-game concert with the Avett Brothers. And you can get tickets at Phillies.com.
Excellent.
Yeah!
Yeah. Ooh, we got a live one. That was awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we have. All right, let's go to Ryan. Hey there, Ryan.
Hey, Jimmy Eat World, the middle.
Jimmy Eat World, the middle.
We haven't done
is
it yet.
a song.
We were playing Loop There It Is a couple weeks ago.
I love
I
it.
hung up by accident.
All right, Ryan, here we go, bud.
All right, here's a question for you, Preston, and Ryan will have to agree or disagree. Brian May, the lead guitarist of the rock band Queen, earned a PhD in which subject in 2007? Brian May, a learned man.
Yes, he is a learned man. Astrophysics.
He says astrophysics, Ryan.
I'm going to have to disagree.
Okay. Now, the answer I have is astronomy. So I don't know if that is
there's physics in astronomy.
tangential to
Well,
the.
Nick will look it up, and we'll get an official answer here on Wikipedia, and because I'd like Ryan to get a prize if he
Yes.
can. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and that's all there is to it. So
What year was it, Steve?
2007.
Man.
he may have already had a degree in astrophysics.
Applied Physics Lab.
I would.
Science team
I'd like a prize,
collaborator.
but maybe I'd.
Ryan, what are you saying?
Ryan thinks he should get it.
Are you pleading your case here, Ryan?
No, not necessarily.
I've learned firsthand, Ryan, that does not work. As a matter of fact, it goes the opposite
All right,
of the way
since
you want
I'm
it to go.
emceeing, I'm going to give it to him.
All right, we can
Yeah.
split the difference. You could say I'm kind of right.
Yeah.
And Ryan's kind of right.
And we'll default to the contestant.
All right.
All right, well, then I'll just give him one ticket to the Phillies game.
Give him half prize.
You have the prize. Now, you got a pair of tickets, and this is our... what? Yep. Huh?
It says Brian May, astrophysicist.
Yeah. So it's close enough.
All right, anyway, that's fine.
Then he does not win.
No, we'll give it to him.
Yeah.
We'll give it to him.
But it's our last pair of Phillies tickets. Okay, you get it. Last pair of Phillies tickets to see the Phils and Diamondbacks on Saturday at 4:05. You also get the field passes to see the Avett Brothers concert after the game. You can get tickets at phillies.com.
All right, we will go next to, let's see here. It's Ashley that we're going to. Hi, Ashley.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? All right, Ashley, we are playing Preston Let's Rock trivia game, and
No one would play with you.
Yeah, and I think we got just a couple more to do here.
All right. Here's your question, Preston. Okay. The one before that. Let's go with that one.
Okay.
Who is the original lead singer of the rock band Rainbow?
Original singer of rock band Rainbow. Trying to think of the order of those guys. Ronnie James Dio.
Preston says Ronnie James Dio. Ashley, do you agree or disagree?
Agree.
You're right.
There you go. Which is good because I forgot the other guy's name. So here's what we have for you, Ashley.
Ashley, we're going to hang out on Wednesday. You want a pair of passes to our next Preston and Steve sorority party, Wednesday, June 15th. It's going to be from 6 to 8 in the Liberty Bell Beer Garden at Parks Casino in Bensalem. And it is a square dance party. And it's going to be called by the members of the Federation of Delaware Valley Square and Round Dancers.
That's how Dio got started with the square dance.
Oh, he was in the Federation?
Yeah, the Federation.
Wow. Okay. All right. How many more do we have, Steve?
We have 1, 2, 3.
Ooh, okay. That sounded like Rizzo.
Yeah,
1, 2, 3.
3.
All right. So we will we'll try 3 more.
1, 2, 3.
3 more, and then we'll go to Grant. Hi, Grant. Good morning.
Good morning. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you, Grant. All right.
I'll take you out back and play a rock trivia game with you.
Let's try this out. You ready to go?
Yeah, happy pre-Friday.
Oh,
Yes,
same to you,
yes.
man. Yep.
All right,
Get away from me.
here's the question for you, Preston. Phil Lynott was the bass guitar player for which band?
And I know this. That's why I can't think of it.
Phil Lynott was the bass guitar player for which band?
Go through the alphabet.
I know that name. No, don't do the goddamn alphabet
Then
thing.
do
It will-
numbers.
It will not work for me.
118.
Oh, this is so
I
easy.
disagree.
Okay. Yeah, probably a good. No, wait, hang on.
Phil Lynott, bass guitar player for which band?
Judas Priest.
He says Judas Priest. Grant, do you agree or disagree?
Disagree.
Oh,
You're
my
right.
God. Oh, my God. Grant, do you know the answer?
I do not.
He's Thin Lizzy,
Thin
dude.
Lizzy.
He's the freaking lead singer of the band.
Preston. Oh.
He's a legend. He's an Irish legend, man, in the world of rock music. That's horrible. You can take my rock card away.
Oh, no.
It's gone. All right, Grant. Hang on. Here's what we got for you.
You got a case of New Belgium Voodoo Ranger IPA. Voodoo Ranger IPA is bursting with tropical aromas and juicy fruit flavors. It is a perfectly bitter golden IPA with a refreshing finish. Live rangerously.
I'm embarrassed. I am
listen.
thoroughly embarrassed.
Sometimes you would think of him more if the question was who was the lead singer. You would go do that, but you forgot what he played.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, all right. We got a couple more, and it's for the listeners, just for the children,
It's for the people.
All right, so let's go to
the people and the children who love the Thin Lizzy.
Let's go to John. Let me go to John.
Yeah.
What's that, John?
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you, buddy. All right, we're having a good run here. Everybody's winning so far.
The winning
That's
is
a
just
good thing.
beginning.
All right, John, you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, here we go.
All right, John, here's a question for Preston. What unique thing did Axl Rose once get paid to do as a day job? It's pretty bizarre. What unique thing did Axl Rose once get paid to do? This was his job during the day.
Couldn't ask me like what his real name is or something like that. William Bailey.
It was a bizarre day job.
Okay, I remember. He was an orangutan trainer for the San Diego Zoo.
Okay, John Preston says he was an orangutan trainer for the San Diego Zoo. Agree or disagree?
Orangutan trainer?
Yeah.
I disagree.
Thank you.
You're right.
I was going to reach through the radio and slap you if you got that one wrong.
Was he an exterminator?
You know, he was paid, and I checked this out. He was paid to smoke cigarettes.
Oh.
Yes.
I've never heard
cool.
that. Must have been in some kind of clinical trial or
It had to be, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. He
all
was
right.
paid to smoke cigarettes.
Here's what we got for you, John. Hang on.
We got our final case of a New Belgium Voodoo Ranger IPA. Voodoo Ranger IPA is bursting with tropical aromas and juicy fruit flavors. It is perfectly bitter golden IPA with a refreshing finish. Live rangerously.
All right. It says before he joined Guns N' Roses, joined Guns N' Roses. Going Guns N' Roses.
I'm so
Axl
honored to join you guys.
Was so broke that he joined a UCLA medical study where he was paid $8 an hour to smoke cigarettes.
Wow. Isn't that bizarre?
That's weird.
Yeah.
Never heard of that. All right. And then finally, is this the last one?
Last one.
All right. We're going to go to Brian. Hey, Brian.
I have 3 testicles.
Wow. With gusto. Well done. All right. This is our last one. Let's do this.
3 testicles.
All right, Preston, here's your question. Where did Lynyrd Skynyrd get their name?
Where did Lynyrd Skynyrd get their name? I believe they had a gym teacher named Lynyrd Skynyrd in high school, or his junior high, one or the other, and they decided as kind of a joke to name the band after him.
So, Brian, Preston says it was one of their teachers.
That is 1,000% correct.
You're both correct.
And here's what we got for you, Brian.
Brian, you wanted it, you get it. It's a pair of tickets to see Tony Danza, Standards and Stories, this Saturday, June 11th at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Showtime is at 8 p.m. Tickets are on sale now via AXS.com. You have to be at least 21 years of age or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You buy the whole seat, but you're only gonna need the edge.
So here is from Wikipedia. It says still known as the 1%. In 1969, Van Sant sought a new name after growing tired of taunts from audience that the band had 1% talent.
Oh.
At someone's suggestion, the group settled on Lynyrd Skynyrd, which was in part a reference to a character named Leonard Skinner in Alan Sherman's novelty song Hello Mutta Hello Futta, and part mocking tribute to PE teacher Leonard Skinner at Robert E. Lee High School.
There you go.
So that's where they got it from. So
Nice.
all right, so thank you for letting me play the Rock Trivia Game. I'm a little
Yeah.
embarrassed by my performance this morning, but
Preston Elliott's Rock Trivia Game that no one would play with him.
but listen, sometimes when you're on the spot,
It's hard.
Phil Lynott, that one I'm ashamed of.
That stings.
A couple of the other ones I was like, no, I flat out didn't know that.
Right.
But Phil Lynott, I should definitely know. But
I like that the orangutan trainer was considered, at least.
he thought about it for a second and maybe had an idea that Axel may have done that at some point.
Why
but
not?
You never know. All right, with that, we're going to take a quick break. Come back in a moment. Don't forget Downingtown West High School. You're voting for Coolest Teacher last school for this year. And we're going to talk to Danny Tamborelli.
Yeah.
When we get back.
Yeah.
If you ever saw The Adventures of Pete and Pete on Nickelodeon, he was Little Pete. And we'll talk to him in a little bit. And also we got comedian Joe, Mr. D. Dombrowski, who's going to be joining us. Stay there. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Amp up your summer with MMR and your chance at a little road trip across our...
Good. Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up, bud?
Hey, most townships have a thing like once a year or so. They call it, one of the names they use is called clean sweep.
Yeah.
And if you have like paint cans or drain cleaner or something like that you don't want any kind of chemical like that.
Household hazardous waste, yeah.
Yeah. You could take it there, and most of them don't charge you anything for it because they just want you to get rid of it safely.
I got to look for that because I have a whole bunch of paint cans I'm looking to get rid of. I have all the stuff from my meth lab I'm looking to get rid of. Yeah.
No, I have a ton of stuff that I need to throw
And you never
out.
know, and you don't want to like battery acid or you know what else I have a lot of? Those old kerosene, not kerosene, those old, the fuel for the little
Oh, yeah.
barbecues. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the,
little containers.
propane tanks, right?
The mini propane tanks.
Go to your trash provider or trash, whatever you want to call it.
Trash provider.
Not your
I
trash
did get
provider.
my trash delivery this week. I'm sitting here without any garbage. Everyone looks like they're far more...
Your disposal provider.
Where is my trash delivery? I put the cans out at the curbside. I'm waiting. Everyone else has their trash. Do you want me to look like an idiot?
Sorry, sir.
What am I paying for?
Do you want general trash, or do you want hobo trash? Do you want the classic fish bones and flies, or do you want...
We go with large,
boxes, styrofoam, stuff like that would be fine.
Yeah.
Shredded paper, documents that make me look important.
All right, sir.
We're sorry for the confusion.
We are the nation's #1 trash provider. Anyhow, if you call it your trash service, or go on their website, it will tell you how you can go about disposing of household hazardous waste.
I always forget to do that, so you end up with 45 cans of old paint in your house.
Yeah, that's true. You're just tuning in. It's Michael Cudlitz who is here with us.
The earlier roles, you have 90210. You're also in Dragon the Bruce Lee story, right?
Hey, Chinaman, teach us those moves.
Wait a minute. You were in that scene?
Yeah, he's one of the...
I am that scene.
Wait, where
I'm Bruce Lee.
No.
Dude, you were phenomenal.
I'm amazing.
You looked Asian. You looked Asian.
Wait, when he was in the going to college and he's training in the...
I represent the man.
Okay, I have to go back and I've seen that movie a bunch of times.
But you
were very forgettable in it. I'm sorry.
Thank you. What's the show again? What do you guys do? When does this air? This will be on TV later, right?
Yeah.
But listen,
radio. They still do that.
We're huge in Lakewood.
I know nobody's there, so I couldn't tell you. I'll go back and see what's going on.
Listen, I got on board with The Walking Dead very, very late. It was I didn't start until the 6th season. Then I watched every day, and in fact, it helped me out. It actually helped me lose some weight because I made a decision that I got it on Netflix. And I'm going to watch. The only time I'm going to watch it is when I'm exercising. So it became my appointment to exercise. I could only exercise when I was watching Walking Dead. I could only watch Walking Dead when I was exercising. It was actually a really cool thing to do. So I became a huge fan of this. I've gotten all the way up to the end of season 6. and then it stopped on Netflix. It ends. Oh my god! And then I had to wait because I couldn't go watch the current. I had to wait until it came back around. So that just recently,
And we kept you protected. We kept you in the
nobody
dark.
told me anything. And Casey says, "Listen, before Michael comes in, watch the first episode of season 7."
He's a giver.
He is. I didn't watch it, but I read on my little prep sheet a little spoiler alert. So I found out today, man. I'm sorry.
All right, it's okay. I may or may not come back by the end of the season.
There's always flashbacks, man. And
no,
maybe,
last year. She's over here going, no, end of season 7.
I mean, even now, there's still some people who are not quite sure what happens to your character.
I know. Well, yes,
Yeah.
and that's the thing where where does that line drawn? Where you can't talk about that.
Yeah.
Like, bro, it's like
come on, dude.
It's been a year.
Yeah.
We get to talk about it. Abraham's dead. Dead. Okay, if you're listening in your car and you're driving your kids to school, Abraham is dead. Not only Abraham is dead, then they kill Glenn.
Yeah. Oh, and that was
You're
pretty
right.
brutal
There needs to be an expiration date.
Like a
But
come
you know
to
what?
Jesus moment.
Yeah.
In fact, there should be, like in the Hunger Games, an announcement across on some universal PA system.
Yeah.
Okay, now we can talk about it.
For some reason, the final scene in the end of season 6 stuck with me for a long. I thought about it every single day, just because it was gripping, and obviously it was a you don't know who's on the receiving end of the bat, and I just. I don't know why, but every single day, at least once a day, I would just think Negan, bat, head, and that's
Who is it?
And it wasn't.
And we all thought it was gonna be Maggie. Let's beat up the sick pregnant lady.
Yeah.
Right, network television.
To me, it didn't
look
matter
at
who
him.
it was. I just knew that somebody that I had cared about for a few years was going to be gone, and I had preferred it to be Eugene, but it wasn't.
Yeah, me too. I was hoping for that.
That annoying bastard.
The reaction. I'm a fan of the show too, so I was kind of like a little part of me was pissed off that they did us both at the same time. But it's kind of brilliant too because it's so brutal, and it is that reminder that Kirkman always says he wants to constantly remind the audience that it's a dangerous world that we're living in. It's not Star Trek, where Captain Kirk, he's in danger, but that's okay because he'll be on next week.
Exactly.
It's like,
exactly.
he may actually blow Captain Kirk's head off this week.
Yeah,
and that changes the whole viewing experience.
It does,
and I would argue that these two deaths were not actually any more violent than anything we've seen on the show, but you don't care about any of those other characters.
That's a good point.
About these characters,
because other characters have been ripped apart.
Oh, Noah got it nailed in the revolving door up against the glass, getting ripped apart. We've had people literally holding their guts, going, "What? I don't." Jeez. I mean, there's been some really nasty, awesome visual stuff.
I think for me, I got to the game a season late. It might have been 2 seasons late, and for me, it was because I didn't want to watch a zombie show. And then I realized that this is not a horror show. And I didn't realize it until I was probably about halfway through the first episode, maybe the second episode, because I kind of watch horror movies with my hands over my eyes. And I realized that I didn't have to do that. And then I realized that the zombies are a background almost like the trees are. You know what I mean? And it was really all about the relationships between these people and, what that type of situation will do to a person.
Yeah, turn into when there's a overwhelming crisis,
Well, it's like if you had a chance to rebuild society, what would you do?
Yeah.
If
A
you
feudal society?
And how would it fail? What are the same mistakes you would make?
Right.
Even though you think, this time we'll do it different. And you see through the show, that absolute power does corrupt, absolutely. And you see people change, and you see people make mistakes. The show's very human.
I want to ask you, how much does the Talking Dead series add to the fandom of this show? Because
the show's a very emotional show. You get very connected to the characters, and horrible things happen to them, and then you're left home alone with that. And this is a way to, I think, share what you're feeling, to sort of know you're not alone. And Chris has described it as the warm hug after the show, and we laugh at that, but I think it is. You know, you get to process the show. You get to hear what other people thought about it. If you were, maybe you think, well, I think he or she is feeling this, or they're going through that, and then you hear people talk about it, and you get to sort of bounce your ideas off their ideas. So it is an extension in a way of the sort of the social media of it all, and. That I think we like. I mean, we like that interaction. We like, knowing we're right or wrong, or being not necessarily corrected, but sort of like what happened there. And if somebody talks about it, and that is what happened there,
it's brilliant.
It's great. Yeah.
Michael, I wanted to ask us. I know you've voiced some characters in Call of Duty. They have a new World War II game coming out. Steve and I are massive fans of the World War II. I know they've spanned all kinds of different campaigns and so forth, but my favorites have been the one in the World War II. Did you voice any in that particular
Nothing
game?
recent. I've been out of town for the last 4.
Okay.
Is voice acting for a video game a much different animal? Is it? We always hear it's sort of weird because you're kind of just freelining it, and that's it.
You're like basically this is a session, except you do it for 2.5 hours. Reload! Reload! Over here! Over there! Under there! Under here! Behind the tank! Behind the Jeep! For 2 days. 2 days.
2 days of that?
Yeah, and that's like, I wish I was kidding. I wish I was kidding.
That's great. So, but the cutscenes, at least, you have a little bit of.
Yeah. Reload! Can't use that one.
Reload!
Reload? That's great!
Yeah.
What? No, it wasn't great.
Great to have you here. Thanks, man.
Thank you, guys.
Michael Cudlitz, guys. Walking Dead, 93.3 WMMR. Visitor to Oktoberfest noticed a man slumped over at a festival exit with a baby attached to his front on Thursday. As the tourist slowly fell to the side, the anxious man took his baby from him. And Oktoberfest is the largest beer festival in the world, attracting a global audience for its mixture of strong beer, traditional Bavarian food, and fairground rides.
You know who went there this year? Matt Cowper.
Oh, yeah?
So it was sick.
It must have been sick. That's one guy who was there. He was getting sick all over the place.
His baby was there, and he was getting sick. It took a lot of people got sick because they drank too much and they got sick.
Organizers expect visitors' numbers to hit 6 million again this year. That's crazy.
Cowper said that there are, what it basically is gigantic tents, benches, and that's it.
Yeah.
Drinking.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
And people getting sick.
And people getting sick.
Yeah. How many million?
6 million.
million sick people.
What was that again?
6 million sick people.
Sounds sick. All right, and then we'll do one more story. Man, this is wild. Amazing pictures from the Arctic show an army of more than 230 polar bears feasting on a washed-up whale.
We will control the humans. Our time has come.
After a bowhead whale became stranded and died on Russia's remote Wrangel Island, the extraordinary sight was witnessed by tourists on an Arctic cruise.
Look at all those suckers.
Yeah, a source at Wrangel Island Nature Reserve said there were at least 230 polar bears, including single males, single females, mothers with cubs. Hey, mothers with cubs, even.
Where are you from? Oh, wow. You've got a Russian accent. Yeah, that's great. Do you like whale? Well, let's go over and have a bite.
You could tell her about that time you went to Oktoberfest.
Yeah, it was sick. Everyone got sick. We're eating blubber and drinking beer, and everyone just got sick. What's my name? Cowper Bear.
It's a big polar bear singles mixer.
Are you kidding me? It was, there were single males, single females, mothers with cubs, and even 2 mothers with 4 cubs each.
MILF bears. Sick.
Cowper bear.
Cowper bear.
Experts called the
This is
site.
going to be a new thing the kids are going to. Where's my Cowper bear? You can't go to sleep unless you give him his Cowper bear.
Called the sight of so many polar bears together unique.
You pull the string. Sick. Pull it again. Sick. Everyone loves Cowper bear.
Oh,
sick.
God. Okay. So anyhow, the huge number could in fact amount as much of 1% of the entire world's population of the creatures. Yeah, tourists initially thought the bears were a flock of sheep. Sheep.
Sheep are sick.
Although after viewing them from a distance, but as a boat drew closer, the lucky
Those aren't sheep eating that whale.
vacationers realized that they were what they were witnessing. The mainly Russian tourists had
Just some
to
sheep eating a whale.
depart from a stopover on the island when they spotted the bears.
That seems normal.
Just seems like a flock of sheep eating a whale, the way sheep do.
I think they just saw them on the hillside and they thought they were sheep. One of the things that I've been wanting to do for a little while, I have Kathy and I both share a common ailment. We have lower back pain. We have a mildly herniated discs, which causes pressure on the nerves in your back and all this stuff. And our backs hurt all the time. But my neighbor has the same issue, and he's gotten past his problems. And so my neighbor Jaime had he had done all these things, and he also goes, oh yeah, and I get acupuncture. And so it's all of this together has helped completely alleviate it from his life. And I'm like, well, I'm game.
Oh, yeah.
I'll do whatever I can to help get rid of this pain. So I've never had acupuncture before. And we're going to stick me with these little needles.
Today.
From Virtua Acupuncture, we want to welcome Heather Schultz to the show this morning. Hey, Heather.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. And how long have you been doing this, by the way?
I've been practicing acupuncture for 7 years.
7 years.
Mhm.
Okay. And let me ask you this about acupuncture. Now, this has to do with the body's nervous system? Or that's what I've always been led to believe?
The acupuncture's effects do have positive effects on the nervous system. It also deals with the muscular skeletal system.
Okay.
And when we put acupuncture needles in you today for pain, it releases your endogenous opioids. Your natural painkillers.
Okay,
in your body. Well, also we've had some really exciting research lately. It affects brain neuroplasticity. So your brain changes in response to stimulus.
Okay.
And so acupuncture over time can have positive brain changes that help you manage pain better.
Okay. And with that, and with doing it over time, how often should someone get treated? Say somebody like me who has described what my issues are.
So generally we recommend with chronic injuries, you are going to come in once or twice a week in the beginning for a couple of weeks and see what happens. And then you start spacing them out more until you don't need to come in that much.
Okay. All right, so you're going to get in my back and where else?
Hands and feet.
And Casey, can I get some appropriate music for...
Absolutely.
Preston, are you encouraged by this? I think because, this could be... I know a number of people have had very good results with this.
Chinese music, by the way, because this is a Chinese art, I believe, or Chinese medicine. Especially my neighbor, because I believe him. He's a smart guy, and he's had pain for years, and he believes this has worked for him. So I'm like, you know what? I will definitely give it a shot. So
he's like the neighborhood Fonzie too, right?
He's so cool.
Acupuncture school.
It's crazy. All right, so I got my shoes off. I can just head over there now.
All right, Preston's going to walk over. We're watching the process, and Preston soon will be pricked all over his body.
All right, and then a question: can I see one of the needles first, please? Let me see the needle. Oh wow!
How far does that go in?
Please welcome Danny Tamborelli to the program this morning. Hey, Danny. How you doing, man?
Thank you so much.
Nice.
How you doing?
We're doing wonderful, man. It's almost Friday, so that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, that's right. It's the day after hump day. I understand why the purple dildo is on the side.
Damn right. It's a celebration.
It's all making sense.
Yeah. Hey, where are you right now, Danny? What part of the country are you in?
I'm in Brooklyn, New York. That's where I live, but I live across the street from a Philadelphia church, so I feel like I'm close to Philly. And I married someone from Montco. So
you were born born and raised in Jersey?
Born and raised in northern New Jersey. Yeah, we call it Taylor ham. I'm sorry.
Oh, you don't call it pork roll, huh?
No, I do now.
Okay.
Because, like I said, I married someone from Montgomery County, and my father-in-law calls it pork roll. So now my son calls it pork roll. So now I'm out.
Oh, it can get pretty vicious. So you got to make sure that you got to appease everyone. So.
Yeah, it's like the sauce or gravy.
Sauce or gravy.
Argument.
It's another one. Yeah.
I actually,
well, you can tell by my last name ends in a vowel, so I have that fight as well.
Yeah.
I know. I came to the realization not that long ago, probably within the last year, that pork roll, aka Taylor ham, is the best breakfast meat out there. It is superior to all other breakfast meats.
And leaps and bounds. And no contest.
Yeah.
I don't know where I fall on that. Yeah, I'll have to get back to you on that. But
Oh, bacon's a close second, but there's also weird regional stuff. Like Ohio has this stuff called goetta, and it's like steel cut oats and meat product. And there's regional breakfast meats out there, guys. You gotta just do some looking.
You're right. Yeah, I haven't heard of the steel cut oats and meat combo. And you're saying that's good?
Goetta, yeah, Goetta.
Well, Scrapple would definitely
about
be
breakfast meats. I'm going to tell you about breakfast meats.
Scrapple would definitely be a regional breakfast.
Scrapple
meat.
is, absolutely.
Yes,
indigenous
absolutely.
to this area for sure. So we could go on and on.
There's a whole other podcast.
It's a morning show. We talk about breakfast in the morning.
Yeah. By the way, so speaking of podcasts, as Steve said, you do a podcast. You guys are going to be having this at Neshaminy Creek Brewery on Friday, tomorrow?
Yeah, that's right. Tomorrow, the kickoff for their 10th anniversary party. As again, like someone who's been going back and forth to PA for a long time, I found this brewery in the Neshaminy Creek and I loved it. And when we started doing these live shows, I reached out to them and we've done a few there, and they've all been excellent and super fun. And we're excited to come back. And I haven't been there in a while. The last time I was there was I can't even remember. It's been too long.
Nice. Well, listen, when with the Adventures of Pete and Pete, how old were you when you started there, Danny?
That was 1989 to 95. So I was 7 to 13 years old.
Oh my God!
And that was Nickelodeon just dominated for long. We're friends with Mark Summers, and the massive amount of shows that came out. It sort of changed the complexion of that channel and other channels. I realized there was a whole audience there that was looking for something that parents could sit and watch as well with what the kids were watching.
You nailed it. That's exactly it. And that time frame of Nickelodeon that I was fortunate enough to be a part of was really something special, and it was trailblazing, and they were, and I call Disney the rat. That's okay. It's just me, even though I was in the Mighty Ducks.
Yeah.
I was in the Mighty Ducks, so I can go on both sides, but I'm a Nickelodeon guy, and they were the anti-Disney at that moment. They weren't commodifying programs and lunch boxes and all these things. They were just like, these were kids being, weird kids, and they were really trying to pull like the kid in the back of the classroom who was picking his nose and his shoes on.
Yeah.
Well, listen, at that age,
which was me. I got that hit me for real.
At that age, 7 to 13, even though you're working, was it still to you as a kid like you were kind of playing? I mean, this was just having fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't really think I knew what acting was. I was just, playing myself in different ways. I was 7 when we started, so by the end of the first couple they started these little 30-second vignettes, which we show at our live show. Basically, we make fun of each other for about an hour about our prepubescent days, because we have them all on film, and they look really nice because they're on film. It's it's beautiful, but it is still us, with our voices cracking and hidden dimples and all these things that everybody else didn't really get to have thrown out there for the world to see. So it's kind of fun for us to just poke fun.
Danny,
I was just being being myself. I don't know where Little Pete started and Danny ended, except I wasn't as much of a tough guy.
Oh, okay. All right.
In real life, I got into 2 fights. I'm 1-1, and one involved somebody hitting me with at a lacrosse game with his gloves on, and that wasn't fair.
Okay.
Danny, I hate to bring up the rat again, but I wanted to ask if you've seen the Disney's Chippendale Rescue Rangers, the live action that just came out earlier this year.
Yes.
The reason I bring it up is it's such a loving tribute to that time. Shows like Pete and Pete, shows like DuckTales and Rescue Rangers, obviously, and so there's this whole nostalgia movement that it really brought me back to my childhood, and so seeing things like this, I think it's healthy. I mean, it's a great way to reminisce. You can also live in the present, but it's a really cool way to look back on all that kind of stuff that happened in the late 80s and early 90s.
Yeah, and what's really funny is that we've been doing, so we have a live show also called Nostalgia Personified, where we do, pretty much the same thing, but I have people from all that. The show I was also on Nickelodeon. We're going to do a Mighty Ducks one, and it's sort of the same idea where we take our past and we just kind of make fun of each other for an hour or two and like create something new. I've been doing cons for a few years, and they always ask us to do like a Q&A, and we ask the same sort of question, get the same questions and answers. And I wanted to do something that would be like, hey, there's like an hour of new, not new material, but something that's fresh, but it still gives you this nostalgic feeling because we're showing these old clips. We'll show a couple old local commercials on tomorrow at the show that are local to Philly. That'll bring even people who maybe didn't watch Pete and Pete in. I'm not going to tell you what they are, but they're good.
You did a Huggies commercial, right? When you were, was that one of your first gigs?
Well, yeah, I did one thing when I was a baby, and I guess it didn't go very well. My mom walked me off the set, and I didn't do anything else again until I was 6.
Well, you did. Now you were on Ryan's Hope. You were on a soap opera, right?
Okay, we've just lost even the Generation Xers. They're gone now too.
No.
We're only at Boomers, and the Boomers know Ryan's Hope.
Well, I'll tell you this, man. I always wondered because after school I'd come home and I remember there was, and Preston, you did the same thing. You'd watch these soap operas because there are these attractive women on it.
Oh yeah.
And so I remember, but I'd always look at the kids on the soap operas and wonder because that it's like a real grind for the adult actors. Was it really tough? What were you, like 4 or 5 when you were doing this?
I was 6. That was like my first big role that I did. And yeah, it was a recurring character. His name was Sean Novak, and he was like the son of like one of the main characters who I guess was maybe an IRA agent and got blown up, but he also came back to life. So I was like gone for a while, and then I got to come back for like the last 4 episodes because they were ending the show after 30-something years, and they had to tie up every single loose end to make the audience happy. And I guess they brought him back, so I got to come back. Because I was 6 years old, I remembered everything. So during rehearsals, I would just know everybody's lines, and a couple times I helped out actual actors who soap actors and actresses were very nice about it and thought it was very cute. I did it once a few years later to George C. Scott when I was doing something at an off-Broadway show called On Borrowed Time. It was him and Nathan Lane, and I was the kid. And a week before previews, I got fired because I fed George C. Scott his line. Like, he forgot his line, and I whispered it to him, and he was holding me in his arms, and he squeezed me and then let me go, and I fell on the stage.
Wow.
He yelled at me, and he said, you never tell an actor his line.
Oh, my God.
What a bastard.
By the way, I was 8 years old, so I mean, I was just trying to help the guy out. But guess what? He's dead now, and I'm alive.
Yeah.
I guess point one for Danny.
What a dick!
Oh my God.
That's a dick. Hey, well,
yeah, you do, and you know what? And that's and I think sometimes like those moments, and my mom and dad being around made them a little more aware and put me in a better position to come out as a normal kid who went to college and still.
No, that's awesome.
Makes TV stuff and does video games, staying in the industry. I got a band. We play a lot.
You got to meet Iggy Pop on was it, what show was it? Was it
Iggy Pop was on The Adventures of Pete and Pete. He was my best friend's dad. Fred Mecklenburg, I think was his name. Frank Mecklenburg. Excuse me. Gosh, I can't. If I get these Pete and Pete character names wrong, I'm going to hear it from the fans.
Yeah, it's James Mecklenburg.
James Mecklenburg. Thank you.
Now with that,
he blew an amp. My first amp that I got, I started playing bass on the set. The prop master from Pete and Pete gave me my first bass because my public school in North Jersey wouldn't let me play bass because I wanted to play bass. And they said you could only play guitar or violin. That has 4 strings. And the violin is bad. Don't play it if you don't want to because it stinks.
and so Iggy Pop blew your first amp out?
Yeah, we had a lunch break, and he saw that I was learning how to play, and I was a big fan via my father, who made me listen to the Stooges like a couple days before Iggy Pop came on set. And I was like, I love this, and I love the song Funhouse. And so he taught me how to play Funhouse, and he brought his guitar, and Mike, the other Pete, he had played guitar, and we had a little jam session, and we blew my amplifier, which he signed the back of, and is still in my parents' garage. So.
Oh, that's
what a memory, man! That is awesome. Yeah.
I got my first punk rock notch on my belt when I was 11 years old from Iggy Pop. I'll take it.
That's the best. Yeah. Wow. So you and
That's very, very cool. There were so many. For people who don't know the show, it's hard to find. You can find it mostly on YouTube. It's like Nickelodeon's never going to re-air it because of the music licensing issues and other stuff. But that was what was so cool about it. People heard about all sorts of bands via the show, and like Gordon Gano from Violent Femmes and LL Cool J was on the show, and
Michael Stipe,
David Johansen, Michael Stipe, like all these cool. We had a great director, Catherine Diekman, who did the Shiny Happy People and Stand videos, the music videos, and she gave the show the street credit needed to get all those really cool people.
That's great.
Yeah, listen, you've been hustling for a while, and I give you so much credit. Like, you just celebrated a 40th birthday, which let me ask you, because you spent your childhood on camera and on the screen. It's almost like people don't let you grow up. It's almost like you're not allowed to be 40 years old. Does that make any sense to you?
Oh, it makes a lot of sense to me when people are like, "What? You're 40? God, you're old. You make me feel old." I'm like, I know, but you're supposed to say that to like your parents or your aunts or uncles who are like, "Oh, that," we were probably the same age. Or like, "Oh man," sometimes they're like, "Oh, you got really big," or you look old. It's like, yeah, we're all growing up, dude. Yeah. it happens. Can I see your 7th grade photo?
Yeah.
Because I'd like to point out how your teeth are misshapen. And they still are. You should have gotten the Invisalign. It wasn't that much.
Oh God. Oh, that's the best.
No, but it is great because I have the power to elicit this nostalgia feeling in people, and it's a good feeling. It's like something nice to be able to do in the world. A small little, I just sprinkle a little bit of pixie dust on people every once in a while.
Yeah. The honestly, the nostalgia thing, the rewind concept, it's all really good because you do tie into those things. Look at what just happened with Top Gun Maverick, right? You had this movie that was nostalgic. No one ever thought that 30 plus years ago. And so what do? They dip back into the well. They kind of take a nostalgic approach. They acknowledge and embrace some of the stuff of the original one, and people felt right at home, and it had a massive opening. So nostalgia at all different levels means a lot to people. It just centers you. And
particularly right now. I guess.
Yes,
absolutely. There's a lot happening, and it's nice to have something to focus on that will be a positive thing, like going to the show tomorrow.
Yes,
to be a positive thing to do,
and
because it's just everyone's having fun.
And then besides that, you're going to be in Atlantic City on the 24th. Well, at least the event is the 24th to the 26th.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
You guys did your homework. That's right. Yeah. You see the Rewind Con, one of those conventions that I do a couple times a year, which again, the first time I did it, I felt a little weird. Honestly, it felt a little, I just wasn't really sure. And then you see the kind of people that come, people who are, I'm fanatic about music and guitars and basses and effect pedals and stuff like that. And I'll go to NAMM and nerd out for 3 days and go nuts. And so I understand that concept, but I didn't think I really got it until I was one of those people standing there and having people come up and have those exact same moments of feeling nostalgic and feeling like, oh man, like you were my childhood, or you helped me find this, Pete helped me define who I am as a person, like a left of the dial, like kind of a cool weirdo like me. And it's those moments and interactions are really special. And it's great.
Absolutely.
It's really nice.
Danny, when you're at the cons, as you had mentioned earlier, have you ever come across some people that have been a part of a show that had a run and that's all they kind of did, but still think that they are a legit, current Hollywood star and kind of have that attitude?
Yeah, you know what? I'm sure I've certainly met some people like that, and I don't want to trash anyone.
No, you don't have to.
I will say that sometimes people, they get a crew together, we did a con once, and it was Mike and I across the way from the people who are in the Land of the Lost, and so they had like the raft and they took a picture. They got everyone in the boat with them, and then they would sing the song together. So throughout the weekend, I heard them a cappella sing the Land of the Lost song like 150 times. Everybody, every time they wanted, they're like, "All right, everybody, let's get in the boat." And we were just standing there across, like, "Oh, well, they got another one."
No, that's cool, man. I would freak out. I would take.
That's what it's all about. There,
Totally.
you're bringing what those people knew of you. Like, here's the best example I can give you is that I have pictures of me from all that, from Mighty Ducks, from Pete and Pete, and I have pictures of us from the live Adventures of Danny and Mike show.
Yeah.
And I never sell any of the new me photos. They don't sell them. Everybody just wants the old stuff. So that's there you go. That's it in a nutshell.
It's like
you can
comfort
have
food.
all your other work displayed, but people are only going to go for what they remember you for.
Listen, it means a lot. It means a lot to people. You make them happy, and that's all that matters.
Yep.
Sure.
Yep.
All right. So the podcast in Chamonix Creek Brewery is tomorrow, and $25 to get in. You get a signed poster and the whole deal, and you get to hang out and talk with.
You get a free beer. You get a free beer on us too.
Sweet. All right. And
your first beer's on us. That's the Danny and Mike. Like you guys you guys still have that city special? The shot in a PBR for $3. City. Come on, guys. I've been playing in a band for 20 years. I've played the M Room, North Star Bar when it was there.
Marissa, where is it?
I've been around Philly.
Yeah.
The citywide. They say may have started at Bob and Barbara's. It's a PBR and a shot of whiskey.
All right, there you go. So it's still there.
Anyway,
Nice.
all right,
Danny.
All right, that's beautiful.
Thanks for checking in, man. Have fun tomorrow night. I'm sure it's going to be a blast. And you sound like a lot of fun.
If you guys are around, you should make an appearance. Come hang out.
All right, man. Thank you, Danny Tamborelli, guys. Have a good one, brother. We appreciate it. And not only at Neshaminy Creek Brewery, but then in Atlantic City for the Classic Rewind weekend. And in fact, Kate Flannery's going to be there for that.
Yeah.
Tara Reid, Mark Paul Gossler, a bunch of people are going to
I love stuff like that.
Yeah, I might
honestly
actually go because there's a guy named R.J. Mitt or Mitty. So he played Walter Jr. on Breaking Bad. I would go there just to take my son to meet that guy.
Jr.
Yeah, he's his
the
son.
baby?
No, that was oh God, I forget the baby.
It's been so long since I've seen Breaking Bad.
Right. It's just his son who
he has trouble walking, right?
Yeah.
He's got crutches and he's got a gait.
God, I haven't seen that in so long.
Yeah.
I've forgotten about some of the characters in there. So he's going to be there?
He's going to be there.
Okay. Nice.
Why not?
Jerry Mathers is going to be there.
The Beaver.
The Beaver. Shut up.
How old is the Beaver now, for Christ's sake?
He had a birthday the other day. We were mentioning it in the celebrity birthdays, but I couldn't tell you.
Richard Klein is going to be there.
From Three's Company?
No, I thought Richard Klein was hang on a second. Who plays the imaginary elephant guy in Inside Out? What's that guy's name? Oh, that was Richard Kind.
Richard Kind.
Richard Klein.
Yeah.
I
Bing
thought
Bong.
I thought it
Bing
was
Bong.
Now I need to know who.
Richard Klein. I think
Klein
is from
is.
Three's Company, wasn't he?
Larry Dallas?
Yeah.
Can you look up Richard Klein since you got it right there,
Yeah.
and we'll find out who he is? Wait, Richard Klein.
Yes.
Was he Larry?
Yep. Larry Dallas.
On Three's Company. Larry Dallas.
Surprised I knew that.
Is he still alive?
He's making it to the event.
That about yourself. Is he still alive?
He'll be at the event even though he's dead.
Yeah. Seriously?
No, he's coming.
I didn't know. I thought he messed up the name.
No. That's why. Yeah, he's coming. He'll be there.
Hey, this just said Richard Klein is alive, and he will be.
Jesus Christ!
He will be in the Classic Rewind Weekend Festival at the Showboat in Atlantic
Let's
City.
get Richard Klein on the show.
Actually, he's the exact type of person I would like to talk to. I love all those people.
These guys are going. We would love to promote that sort of. I mean, that Three's Company was huge.
Yeah.
Wow,
he had one of the most impressive hair helmets on television.
Steve, he was on Broadway for Wicked, and he teaches, I'm not kidding, a master acting class.
And he was on Love Boat, Nick, a couple of times.
We hit one of our favorite guests was Adrian Zemed.
Adrian Zemed.
Right here in the studio.
Adrian freaking Zemed.
Mm-hmm. Look at the cans on that bimbo. He even said that line for us, which was great. All right, we're ready for our next guest. You guys ready for our next guest?
Ready.
All right, he'll be at Punchline tonight, tomorrow, Saturday, 7:30 are when the shows are. And I think this is the first time we have a chance to speak to him. So please welcome Joe Mr. D. Dombrowski.
What's up?
Mr. T. Wow. Little Budweiser throwback there.
Right. You know, just started to drink at 9:30 in the morning.
Right.
No big deal.
Why not? Listen, you were a kindergarten teacher, so I'm sure you started drinking early a long time ago.
Oh, yeah, you know, the word teacher is synonymous with alcoholism, so I'm just playing the part.
Hey, where are you from, Mr. D?
I'm from Detroit, so, you know, I'm feeling at home here. A little rough, a little gritty. I'm liking it.
Yeah. A good blue collar vibe, which we love, and we're definitely kindred spirits. But I was talking to Kathy, and you know, she was a big fan of Ellen, the show, and that's really where you went stratospheric, wasn't it? And explain how that happened.
Yeah, for sure. So I just filmed a video in my classroom. 'Cause, you know, I was just starting to put a little bit of my comedy online, and Ellen. And apparently, what the producers told me is she herself found it, and she loved it, and invited me onto the show twice. And it really just took my comedy career to the next level.
And it was a video of you kind of pranking your students with a fake test, correct?
Misspelling words, right?
Yes, I made it. It was April Fool's Day. I pranked them with the words that I made up on the spot. Just a bunch of baloney words, like nothing made sense, and they ate it up. Like it was the kids trying to spell those words. I still listen to it sometimes when I'm having a bad day. It's so funny.
That's awesome.
Well, and when she had you on the show and brought your quote whole class there to surprise you, and not one student was from your class, was priceless.
Oh, well, that's when that happened, too. When the cameras were off, I turned to her and I said, nice try, because I'm with those kids 5 days a week, 8 hours a day.
Right.
The second that curtain opened, I'm like, that's not mine. That's not mine. That's definitely not mine.
When you initially made the prank video, did you have to go to each and every parent and get permission before you could post that?
Did I have to? Yes. Did I?
Any complaints come out of that classroom?
I mean, of course. Yeah, of course. Like, I'm definitely breaking the mold with what I do. I don't suggest any teacher to do what I do or what I did. But, yeah, some parents were, you know, a little uptight about it. But at the end of the day, I was just making class real. You know, like, these kids are inundated with social media. So I'm just using it with them. And I was always super appropriate with it. I never showed their face.
Right.
I never said their names. I'd switch their genders or whatever if I was talking about them. So I had their best interests out. I knew I wasn't breaking any laws. We're good.
Hey, did I read this correctly that one of your former teachers came out to one of your shows recently?
Yes, my former high school drama teacher came out to my show. And when I was out on stage, I said to the whole audience, I said, my high school drama teacher's here, and I just want to stop for a second to say thank you to her. Because of her, that I learned that as a teacher, it's okay to smoke cigarettes on your lunch break.
There is something that lends itself to, you know, and so for the past couple of weeks, we do a thing in the morning. Preston, it was very important to start it, which we were doing Coolest Teachers. So we have a school every day nominating the teacher they believe to be the coolest. The students do, and then we talk to them briefly, and it's a cool thing because I think it's by the very nature of the job, it does breed, if you have any kind of sense of humor, kind of a playground for you to exercise that sense of humor because. And any inklings towards performing, you're performing every day for an audience. So all those things, right? They work in your favor.
And I love that you guys do that because teaching, it is such a demanding, difficult, underappreciated job. So I love that you guys are out there doing that for the teachers here. That's really admirable.
Yeah, it didn't occur to me until I had children, and then we had some things that needed to be paid close attention to, and then we started going to meetings, and the teachers would all come down and they would sit around and they would talk about one of my kids in particular. And I was like, oh my God, these people really care. I couldn't believe it. In high school, they were the enemy to me. I mean, the absolute enemy. However, though, I started to look back after having this realization, and I realized that you remember two types of teachers. You remember your great teachers, and you remember your horrible teachers. And then the ones that don't really then there are others that you forget because they didn't really have much
They're
of
too
an
busy
impact
smoking.
on you. They were too busy out smoking.
Yeah.
But the ones that I do remember because they were great really had an impact on my life and wanted to do some type of way to commemorate that. So we started.
Yeah,
that.
my philosophy in the classroom when I was in there too was always I want to make school a place where kids want to be, not where they have to be.
Yeah.
Because too many times there are bad teachers out there who just don't care, and the kids don't deserve that. So I was just always trying to make learning fun for them, get involved with them, get our hands messy, and just have a good time because life's too short, you know?
All right. Well, when did comedy come into your life? When did stand-up comedy come into your life?
I started stand-up right when I started teaching as a fresh 21-year-old. And it's because, I don't know if you know this, but teachers are poor. So I needed to put a little gas in my tank. I needed to put groceries on the table. So I was doing $50, $25 spots on the weekends just to make up that little extra income. So it was just something I did, and I loved doing it. And then, the parents started coming to the shows, and surprisingly, they loved it. They loved it. And I made a little bit of a local name for myself in Detroit.
Okay.
Right around the time that I blew up on Ellen, actually.
It's a little bit of a tightrope to walk because everybody gets pissed off about something. So you know, and there's so as you're trying to keep the parents happy and your audience happy and all that stuff. But you also have an improv background, so you can think on your feet if you have to. For example, if the principal was in the audience one night, you'd probably be able to adapt to that, correct?
Oh, absolutely. And let's be real. Comedy, especially improv, that's just being in a classroom every day. The whole thing's improv. It's an unscripted PBS show. You got to know what to do on the spot any moment. So I'm going from my classroom and I'm dealing with 5-year-olds who are acting like drunk adults, and then I go into the clubs and I'm walking with drunk adults who are acting like 5-year-olds. It's all the same thing. It's all the same thing.
Yeah, that's a skill set you can apply all around the clock.
Yeah, kindergarten.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a jungle, man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an understatement. Before I left to the classroom, I dyed my hair for the summer, right? And one of the kids, they freaked out. They're like, "Why did you do that?" And I was like, "Oh, I wanted to look a little bit younger." And one of my kindergartners looked at me and she said, "But what are you going to do about your face?"
The best. Oh my God! I would imagine they feed you material. Are you still working as a teacher, or have you had to set that aside?
I'm not working full time. However, I did love teaching, especially when I was teaching kindergarten. So when I go back home to Seattle, whenever I'm home, if I have the opportunity to, I still substitute teach in kindergarten to help them out there. Yeah.
Is there amount of time? For example, if too much time lapses, do you have to go recertify? I don't know if it's like scuba diving or something, but yeah.
It's very much scuba diving. You have to get your license to stay alive in this profession. It's insane. But yeah, you do. Mine's not quite done yet because I taught for so long. It's a little bit extended, but it will soon. But as a substitute teacher, let's be real, they're taking everybody. So get out there. You interested? I can get you a job.
Any children of your own?
No, not yet, but I'm definitely destined to be a dad. So it's probably in a couple of years coming up here.
Okay.
Sounds cool, man.
Yeah, excellent. Well, and by the way, have you been through Philly a number of times?
I performed here once, was about 4 years ago at the Suzanne something theater.
Oh, Suzanne Roberts, yeah.
Yeah, the Suzanne Roberts Theater, and I haven't been back since because of the pandemic. So here I am. I'm ready to go. I remember it was such an awesome audience. The fans here are just like none other. I just connect with the people here on a different level. So I'm stoked about the shows this weekend. I'm really excited to get up there.
By the way, the streets are paved with dildos. So, just remember
that. Perfect. Happy Pride. Let's go.
All right. Punchline tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday. The shows are all at 7:30. All 3 nights. Tickets available at punchlinephilly.com. We'll have to get you in the studio next time, Mr. D. It's good to talk to you.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, guys. Great interview.
Joe D'Ambrosky. Sorry about that. I said D'Ambrosio. Mr. D.
Dombrowski.
And I like that guy. That's great. He's a lot of fun. Very, very cool. All right, why don't we take a break, come back in a second, get in some B-file stories. We got those for you, my friend. Hang in there. Back shortly. Where are you putting it on me?
I'm putting it in your low back,
Yeah, and how far in will that go?
maybe halfway.
Oh, dear God.
Oh,
That's
my
fine.
pretty deep.
That's fine. All right. Wait. Heather, does it help to have someone saying, "Oh my God"? Oh, just relax. Oh dear Jesus, you're gonna kill him. No, I think it has to be a little bit more supportive,
This is going to be
Kathy.
challenging for you. I think.
will?
You're gonna bleed him out.
I tuned those guys out years ago.
Should we dim the lights?
You want to dim the lights?
Let's dim the lights.
All right.
Just a little bit.
All right,
here you
so
go,
we'll
Nick.
dim the lights.
I'm trying. I
and
want this to work for Preston.
Me too. All right, so I'm just lying here, and I'm waiting for this to happen.
All right, Kathy cannot watch. This is why Kathy was screaming and begging for mercy and telling Preston he was
The
gonna
first
die.
one's in, and I did feel a little pinprick, but it didn't feel like it went in very far.
How long do sessions usually last?
So it's going to take me just a couple minutes to put the needles in.
Okay.
And then I would usually let him hang out for about 25 minutes to let them kind of do their work.
We'll try to give him a good run. You know, we can run the show. Preston can do most of the show. A lot of people don't know. Most of us do the show completely on our stomachs anyway.
Kathy. How much?
How horny are you right now?
How much would it take for me to pay you to get one needle?
Well, listen, if she put it in my back and I couldn't see it, it's having to look at it.
You offer $500?
Yeah. 500.
Yeah. So Preston, you have a few in your lower back right now.
I didn't even notice.
See, and Heather, this is as it's done. I've seen people do it. There's a little bit of twisting back and forth to move him in slowly, or how's it? How do you manage to do that without him feeling it at all?
The needles are so tiny.
So tiny. Okay.
You can fit 20 to 30 of these needles in the head of a injection needle like you had earlier today.
Okay. All right.
So, Heather, should I just relax and try to center? Or
Preston, I would
what?
think of things that you enjoy. Think of your family. Think of, I don't know.
Bukkake videos.
Your favorite bong. Bukkake videos.
Favorite bong.
I would think of.
Sorry. I snorted.
I would think of MILFs.
Oh.
Kay Parker, Preston.
That's old school.
Yeah. I would think of a cup and two girls.
Oh, dude.
All right, so how many needles are in now?
9 needles.
9 total so far, yeah.
Are you done putting needles in them?
I was going to put one on the top of his head.
Please
but
do
his,
it. Do it. He cut his hair extra short.
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
Now, this is the one, Heather, you said has to be driven in with a hammer, correct?
Wow, on the top of my head.
Yeah.
You feel that one, Preston?
No.
Okay.
Is it already in?
Yeah.
No, I didn't feel that at all.
I'll say this. Do you seem at peace, Preston? I know you usually come in here screaming and throwing things around, and here you're at peace.
I'm enjoying this.
Do you feel anything?
No, I'm just trying to relax, not move, and accidentally roll over and jam these needles all the way into my skin.
Well, as Heather said, this isn't the optimum condition, but if you were to follow up and stay at it, do you have every confidence he would start to experience the benefits of it?
Yes, certainly. He would start to see benefits within a treatment or two.
Within a treatment or two, Preston.
Yeah, and I plan on it. You remember I'd said earlier in the week that I think it would be nice if everybody tried to do one nice thing. I want to thank my buddy Casey here.
What'd he do?
Well, the past few days, I've come into the studio after doing my prep work in the other room here, and then I come in, about 5 minutes before the show starts to get ready to begin, and there has been a nice, piping hot mug of coffee sitting.
Wow.
Isn't that that's made my week, dude. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And it might make my wake too.
It made your wake.
Hopefully not.
We're just planning ahead because obviously the whole Alabama thing. I mean, who knows?
You never know.
You're flying into a hurricane.
But it made my week. Thank you. Simple little gesture like that.
Today, I was only paying it forward because Steve brought me a nice piping hot cup of coffee as well.
You see? The movement is spreading.
It's like cancer. No, I mean, it's that's not good. It's like it's a wonderful thing.
Yes. So
it's awesome.
So do that. Have a cup of coffee ready for somebody when they come in today. They'll be so delighted and happy.
Spit in it.
Yeah.
No.
Don't spit in it.
No, it's the wonderful. You feel good when you pay it forward.
And you know what else has been nice?
What?
Kathy's been extra gussied up the past couple of days.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think it's the glasses.
Yeah, maybe it's
you
a
look
different
really,
look.
That's
for
a
ya.
sexy look on you.
Jesus. You looked much better yesterday.
Until you just made that face.
You ruined it.
Dear God.
All right, thank you.
Why, thank you. I'm having issues with my contacts. That's why I'm wearing my glasses.
She smushed her face when she said, thank you.
You do look great in glasses, though.
You do.
If you have people with you have beautiful eyes.
Thank you.
The glasses look. I think girls with glasses. That whole thing is BS. I think it's. I think they look. It's a great. When my wife got these great frames, I'm like, keep wearing. They look awesome.
Yeah. You know, I wear glasses every day, but at night, right before bed. You know, where I'm in my house, I don't usually go out in them. But the past couple of days, I've been wearing them.
Why not the contacts? Sometimes do they irritate after a while?
No, it's called pink eye.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
So now we're going to move on to something that I've had in mind for a long time, and now the dream is coming true. I actually have sitting next to me a bag full of vibrators.
Yes.
So if that gives you
Because
any
it's
indication.
Friday.
It's Friday.
Yeah. And sometimes someone likes their butt tickled a little.
Well, the best thing was Marissa comes in today and she just walks up next to me. Her desk is directly next to mine. She turns this bag upside down and just dumps 5 vibrators out on the table.
But there's a reason for this madness.
There
and it's
is.
something that has caught your fancy. You saw a video.
I did.
And you said,
was
we got to try this.
Probably a couple of years ago. And I'm like, why have we never done this? So we've created, actually Casey created this. I said, dude, can you build me this? He said, well, let me look into it. And sure enough, he has done it. We have in our studio a vibrator racetrack. So we're gonna do a live test of this track here in our studio. And if this works, then we'll have an idea of something that we can expand on this. And I'll get you that in a moment. So
we'll expand on dildos.
Do you want to try this out?
I do very
All right,
much.
so I'm gonna reach in and just randomly grab one.
Now you've
and
never met these dildos.
I've never met this. So I grabbed a.
You picked a good one.
Is this a pink one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's yours?
Yeah. So this will be me.
Okay.
And then here. I'm rubbing it on the microphone.
The force is strong with this one.
And we'll do a couple. We'll try a couple of these and see if it's
I don't want that one.
Well, just grab one.
Preston, at the adult store, is this the way most people select their stuff?
Yeah.
They reach into a
big
bag.
bag. You reach in. Here you go.
All right, thank you.
I went with this one. You can see it vibrates.
Wow, that one's much louder than mine. Hang on.
It's big.
Take it away. This is mine. And then yours.
Okay, Casey has what I would call the hot rod. What color is this? Copper?
Like a maroon.
Nah, like a
Maroon.
burgundy.
Burgundy, yeah.
Burgundy.
I'm
Okay.
Mine is
Kathy.
sort of a happy medium.
All right, Kathy.
There are 2
Well,
remaining.
I
Pick a vibrator.
I feel bad that Marissa can't take part.
Kathy's reaching in. First time ever her hand has been on a vibrator. Oh, she got one that's kind of contoured and has a little curl at the end.
Now, this is a European model, Preston.
Turn that on, Kathy. Let's hear it.
Ooh, that sounds almost nautical.
The two of you just got turned on, maybe.
No. It sounds like it's singing.
It's like my voice.
Hang on, let me harmonize. Hold on. No. That's how I'm playing chords on the guitar. It's a D.
Yeah.
All right, stop. Hold on. Ready? Play it.
What is it? That's very cool.
All right, Nick. Pull yours up.
All right, so in typical McElwain fashion, I got the skinny pink one.
Yeah, you did. You got the littlest one.
This will get the job done fast.
Hey, let's go racing, fellas.
Yeah!
Boogity, boogity, boogity. All right, so take your chosen vibrator over to the tracks. We have to turn them all on. All right, they're placing them on the track. Go. I'll call the race. Ready, and 3, 2, 1, begin. And they're off. Steves is taking off down the middle. Steves already crossed the finish line. In second place is, who was that?
The blue one.
Casey!
Casey came in second, followed by Nick McElwain, third. Look at me. I'm Kathy Romano is fourth, and mine is not even halfway down yet.
Oh, my God.
That
A
is
despicable display.
It's still just taking its time.
Where's Kathy?
Kathy's finished.
Wow.
Here comes mine rattling down. Still not across the finish line yet in 3, 2, 1, and there it is.
Oh,
wow.
Preston, does yours have the most girth?
No. Casey's does.
Surprisingly.
Let's put him back up on the track again, and we'll try. I'll turn the mic back up over there.
You're out!
Yeah, I think it's too fast.
It's too fast?
Man, do I know how to pick a fast dildo, though.
Get him in place.
Oh, my God. Preston, we've been to both the Poconos and Daytona.
And Dover.
That same sense, Dover, that same sense of excitement.
All right, we got him lined up. You ready? Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Let's go racing. And here we go. Now we got to race.
Oh, man.
Casey's is off to the lead, but it's neck and neck. Nick McElwain is pulling ahead.
Come on.
And it's taken a full length lead at this point, but you never know what might happen towards the end. Nick is still headed towards the finish line. He's just about there. Casey slowed down considerably. Nick, our winner. Woo! All right, now it's neck and neck for third
Head
and
and head.
fourth. It's head and head.
Kathy is making way here.
Casey's is coming up, and Kathy's is slowly catching mine, which has now trailed the third place. All right, Casey came in second. Kathy looks like she's going to take. I'm going to come in last place again.
Again?
Man. Look at this. And Kathy in fourth.
All right.
Me in last place. Son of a bitch.
Now,
I want a new dildo. All right, our next guest is ready to go. Man, we've had so many people here in the studio, and we saved the rock and roll for last because it's rock and roll time late in the show. But we're happy to have him here this morning performing at the TLA tonight. Please welcome Andrew W.K.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, sir. Thanks for being here.
Good morning. Yes, thank you for having me.
Yeah. As I said, rock and roll time, early in the morning.
You build up to it. Yeah, you build up. It's sort of a way of calibrating your system. And it has been quite a lineup. I've been enjoying the preview tweets and posts that you guys have been putting up. So I feel very privileged to be included in such an illustrious group of folks.
It is pretty amazing. But yeah, there's been a great deal of excitement about you. And you have a very loyal fan base. And that's got to be very rewarding, right?
Well, we're all in this party together, and I certainly don't take it for granted that there are other folks that identify with this celebratory attitude, and we're all looking for the same thing, that kind of enthusiasm, that kind of joy, that kind of party fuel that helps you get through each day and make the most of it.
Well, listen, I think it is a huge badge of honor when you have reached a point in your career where you have at different times appearing at Live Casino and Hotel and meeting people and checking in on the radio and just kind of passing, onto the air what's going on there.
Yeah. We're going to try to hit a record again. You always try. You get what you get. It's a bit more than they had, but it's always cool to say, can we do it this year? I think we can.
And all donors get an I Believe for Preston and Steve reusable tote bag, courtesy of Window Nation, and the newest Preston and Steve t-shirt, of course.
Totes my goats.
So please sign up for that, and you can do it all at WMMR.com. There's an eligibility guideline if you want to see if maybe you are not eligible to donate ahead of time.
Strongly encourage you to do that because there might be something that would stop you from doing that. And listen, we are so thrilled that you have that interest, but the one thing we don't want to do is burn up an appointment. Something you could have found out now that makes you ineligible to give blood. Sometimes if you've traveled out of the country or whatever the story is, make sure that all those spots are available for people who can donate.
Yeah, and we don't want you to waste your time either.
Yes,
driving all the way out somewhere. But we have locations that are going to serve, if it might be more convenient for you. If you're in New Jersey or Delaware, you go to Live Casino.
Yeah.
If you're more out west, then come by Oaks. It's going to be great. So we're looking forward to it. All right, let's do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Horizon Services. You can get an AC tune-up for $79 and up to a pound of refrigerant for free at horizoneasybook.com. Well, let's begin with this one. Dozens of elite parachute regiment troops were recorded having an orgy with a woman who was smuggled inside of their barracks. This is all willingly, by the way. Soldiers from the 3rd Battalion, the Parachute Regiment of 16 Air Assault Brigade, took part in what appeared to be a consensual orgy with a red-headed woman that was filmed. The woman had been smuggled
It's a different kind of training.
into Merville Barracks in Colchester, Essex. This is in England. And one soldier was even seen saluting as his friend had sex with the woman. Footage of the
Wow.
orgy has shocked Army chiefs and forced Royal Military Police to launch an investigation. The main strands of investigation are how the woman was brought onto the base and whether any military orders were broken or not.
Is this the same group that did the hot Carl jump?
Maybe that was them. An Army spokesperson said the Army expects the highest standards of behavior from all personnel. Anyone not maintaining these standards will be investigated. The Army described the 16 Air Assault Brigade as a specially trained force that are equipped to deploy by parachute, helicopter, and air landing.
They know how to do orgies right.
And apparently that's what they did. A man has been charged with aggravated assault and aggressive driving after striking a 15-year-old on a bicycle with his ATV because the boy threw a banana peel near the roadway near his property.
Yeah.
Jerry P. Terrell was
That seems warranted.
charged with felony aggravated assault. The sheriff, Barry Babb, said a 15-year-old male cyclist was riding along through a banana peel near the edge of the roadway.
Well, hell, what if someone slips on that?
Terrell confronted the cyclist, who continued on his way. Babb said Terrell got on an ATV, followed the cyclist, and then struck the bicyclist, causing the bicycle to wreck. The 15-year-old was treated and released, and Terrell was arrested. Walmart is the latest retailer to stop selling, and I'll probably mispronounce this, but Chaoka coconut milk, following retail giants Costco, Target, Kroger, and many other who have pulled the product from shelves amid monkey labor allegations.
Monkey labor?
Yes. The Thai supplier has been accused of using monkeys for forced labor.
Time has come to unionize.
Walmart confirmed that it no longer sells products in its stores or online.
Monkey labor?
Yeah. PETA Executive Vice President Tracy Raymond said the coconut trade uses social monkeys as chained-up coconut picking machines, depriving them of any opportunity to eat, play, or spend time with their families. PETA
That's not right.
Said its supporters sent Walmart more than 86,000 emails asking it to stop selling Chaoka products. And they said with one PETA expose after another confirming cruelty on coconut farms, retailers are dropping Chaoka left and right. So I'd never heard of monkey retail.
They need a monkey Norma Ray.
Or I mean monkey labor allegations, not retail. It's not like they're working behind
What can I interest you in?
the desk when you walk up to the Gap or something like that. No.
Try
monkey
Try
labor.
these on.
Not monkey retail.
You're a little hippie, so
Yeah.
we're going to try to find something that accentuates your midsection.
Monkey.
They're more stylish than you realize. Yeah. Anybody here ever been to Prague?
No, but I'd like to go to
My
Prague.
brother lived there for a little while.
All right. Well, he probably knows
Prague?
of the. Yeah.
I thought you were questioning me, and I was like, yeah, what do you mean?
No.
We're setting you up for a yeah.
So he probably knows of the iconic horloge astronomical clock.
He does.
That has been the centerpiece of Prague's Old Town Square for more than 600 years. He probably does. It's pretty important.
He probably does. He said most unfriendly people he's encountered.
Oh,
was
no
there.
kidding. Prague?
Yeah.
What?
In 2018.
That's where they shot the opening of Blade 2.
It was unveiled to the public that after an extensive $2 million restoration would take place, but one of its central paintings, a depiction of months of the year as zodiac signs, doesn't look right. A member of the Monuments Preservation Organization Club of Old Prague has filed a complaint with the Czech Ministry of Culture alleging that the contemporary restoration of the painting by the 19th century Czech artist Josef Mans is a botched job. So in his 18-page complaint, Milan Patka argues that the artist hired to restore the work has diverged so far from the original as to replace some faces with likenesses of his own friends.
You can't do that.
And in other cases, changes the ages, genders, and clothing of the figures. And in one case, a scene depicted a man with auburn hair and a green coat transformed into a man with jet black locks and new bushy mustache. A dog in the scene that was once a black mutt is now brown and white. And one Twitter user has asked, what is Mark Wahlberg doing there?
Mark Wahlberg's up on the clock?
Well, they think that this one guy looks like Mark Wahlberg, and they had changed him from an old man into somebody that looks like
Marky Mark.
It says he had highlighted a once balding old man who now resembles the actor. Jurek, the artist, has not responded to the request for comment, but experts say that it was so clearly not a faithful reproduction that it might just be a joke. So we'll have to wait and find out. Los Angeles Police Department is looking for a man who allegedly held up a sex shop at gunpoint and swiped an electronic sex toy. Police say on April 8th, at roughly 10:50 p.m., a man wearing a surgical mask entered the sex shop in Los Angeles. The subject then pulled out a blue steel automatic handgun and aimed it at a sales associate. He then ordered her to hand over, quote, all the money. Well, the man walked over to the display case, grabbed a sex toy off the wall, and then he walked out. He didn't even take the money that she was going to give him.
Forget the money.
He needed...
This is going to feel great.
The sex toy, yeah. Boy, if I changed my mind.
Wait till I sit on this.
Police described the suspect as male, standing 6 feet tall, weighing about 175 pounds. And then we'll do one more story and wrap it up. Let us end with... There's one I've been sitting on for a little while. I should... I wanted to mention this because how bad would this suck? So, angry residents confronted management demanding answers Monday after being forced to leave their San Francisco high-rise apartment more than 72 hours ago when a broken pipe flooded the building. So here's the deal. At Friday afternoon, a water main broke on the very top of the 33rd floor of the Tahama building, and it went down the water hit all of the floors. Wow. Like it flooded the entire...
Did you ever see the Towering Inferno?
Building. I did, yeah.
Yeah, they detonate the water tanks at the top of the building. I'm sure it looked like that.
Wasn't quite like that, but or I don't know. But anyhow, it shot down 35 floors of elevator shafts and fouled the electric system.
Oh, man.
I never heard of one happening over that many stories of a flood like that.
It's crazy.
Tyler Patterson, a resident, said, we were asked to leave the building. I grabbed my cat and dog. We didn't even grab my wallet. I came out here. Folks who left their car or left their cat were not allowed back into the building that night, and a lot of folks were upset that they had their pets still in the building. There is currently no timeline for repairing and reopening the 400-unit luxury building. Residents were evacuated and moved to hotels around San Francisco, but now they want the people out of those hotels and they have nowhere to go. And it was because of a flood issue in a high rise.
Water damage, man.
Yeah, it's bad. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you right now. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll see how well you've been paying attention. Lesson question, trash, music news. They're coming up when we return.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
We did a deep dive on the mighty Metallica and ranked all of their songs, the good, the bad, and the downright ugly. That's over 100 songs.
Anyone can find a white T-shirt. The white jeans can be a little harder to find, but they're not always that hard. Even painter's pants will do if you don't have anything else. And if you throw on a wig and a bloody nose and you're good to go.
But generally you go with denim for the pants?
I do.
White denim?
Yes, the denim is durable. And I need durability. I need support. I need that harder, thicker fabric.
And denim absolutely serves that bill. So.
It does. It really does.
The costume is cool enough that people in the know, you can kind of say, okay, they know. And other people have no clue. So you can break up the crowd immediately.
Yes. It's a litmus test for partiers.
Right.
Yeah. I used to wear white pants all the time when I was
Did you?
Yes.
You and
they
Mr. Rourke.
They weren't denim. They were just like, whatever kind of fabric, cotton or something like that. But
I can't because like 9 times out of 10 I'm walking around with skid marks and I just
that's
can't
the point.
let them.
That's the whole point. Those are the hard-earned party stains. You got to showcase those proudly.
They're like bruises, man.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like that. We wanted to welcome somebody else here into the studio because she's a massive fan. She produces our afternoon show, so she came in very, very early for this. Sarah Parker is here with us this morning.
Hi.
And Sarah made it a point to be here nice and early in the morning. What is it you love about Andrew WK?
Oh my gosh, the fact that he is so very positive, especially nowadays. So many crappy things are happening in this world, right? You look at the news and you just get upset, but Andrew is the shining light of positivity. So I'm thinking that perhaps you should explain what partying means to you, because someone who's not familiar with Andrew WK might think that's just drinking all the time. So what does partying mean to you?
Well, it certainly could mean drinking all the time for someone. I'm not really here to tell someone what it is. I guess I chose that word because I thought it was actually something that everyone did understand, that everyone was familiar with that. It didn't take a lot of explanation or elaboration, that a 4-year-old or a 94-year-old, I should say a 93-year-old or a 33-year-old, they all understand in some way how to enjoy the fact that they're not dead. And that's really the beginning and the end of the party mindset. You can apply it as vastly or as simply simply as possible.
There's a great video of Andrew. If you haven't seen it on YouTube, you can find it. He's being interviewed, and the interviewer is asking a pretty long, drawn-out question. And in that time, Andrew's face contorts into a scowl of sorts, and then you answer the question very quickly. And it's hilarious. It's got over like 3 million views. But are you, faces? Is that something you were always good at as a kid? Were you making
Gurning?
Yeah.
Yeah, hamming it up. I mean, the face is a very fun thing if you can control it. I don't have complete control. I think in that video you're talking about, maybe some kind of demon took control of my face. But
very much so.
Let them have at it.
Let them out.
Yeah, let them have their fun with my face.
You seem to be obsessed with pizza.
Well, who isn't really? I mean, even the person who hates pizza the most, they still are engaged in the phenomenon.
You have a guitar look like a pizza slice.
I have a pizza slice guitar,
which is pretty badass.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you to the great folks at ESP Guitars for making it for me.
Yeah, very nice.
We just made another one too.
Yeah, a taco guitar, right?
That's right. Yes, literally, it's just days old. It's still a very fresh. Yeah, I've only played it, I think, maybe 5 times now on stage. We just got it during this tour.
Okay. Hey, Andrew, with your signature look, the whites and the bloody nose. Did the bloody nose happen by accident at some point, and then you were like, "Hey, that looks kind of cool."
That was part of the initial vision I was presented with, so I executed that in a rather painful way. But I have gotten bloody noses on stage by accident, much to my dismay.
Right.
Most of them were accidentally self-inflicted, meaning I kicked myself in my own face. When I was trying to do a very impressive high kick in New Orleans, for example, I saw a friend in the crowd I hadn't seen in years. I said, I'm going to really blow his mind. I'm going to do the highest kick of all. And it was so high that I almost kicked through my own head.
Wow.
But I got a bloody nose. I did break my nose that night as well, which, as you can imagine, is rather painful. But the adrenaline got going and the blood started flowing, and people thought it was all just part of the show.
Hey, listen, man, thanks for getting up early and stopping by. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about partying.
Of course. Have a great time in Philadelphia. Andrew WK, friend. We love this guy who's in our studio. He's a great guest. He's a great star, and he's got a film that he is promoting. It's coming up on Netflix, and it is called Wheelman. Let's welcome him back to our studio, Frank Grillo.
Awesome.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
It's good to see you again.
Yeah, I miss you guys.
We miss you as well, bud.
You came in and you blew us away the first time we had you in the studio. Great stories and full of energy. And we, obviously, you were attached to something. We were just, it was the Purge and obviously the Marvel Universe as well. Got to tell you, man, the Wheelman is a solid movie.
Yeah, you saw it?
I did see it on we got the advance. It's going to be on Netflix, which is turning out to be Valhalla for these kind of films.
It's amazing. I mean, this film, cost $5 million. My buddy Joe Carnahan and I.
Joe Carnahan is the Gray.
Yeah, the Gray and Smoking Aces and Narc and
love his stuff.
Yeah, he's great. So we're partners with this company War Party, and we made this movie for like $5.5 million.
Which is insane because but that's the deal. You're producing this movie.
Yeah,
is your first
and really we boots on the ground, like we produced the movie.
Yeah, so you did it in Boston.
In Boston,
okay,
at night.
That's a point I want to make about this movie, which makes it so unique. You have the first time director Jeremy Rush, who wrote the screenplay.
By the way, the guy was a PA for 13 years. Right. Never directed anything.
This idea that he has, which is very cool. That so you're in this car and you're a wheelman. You're a driver for hire for criminals.
Right.
You're going to go on this, you take these guys out, they're going to rob a bank, but you get this call. The guys, when they get back in the car, are going to kill you. And now there's this stuff, and you're off and running, and it has everything I love about a period of time in Hollywood, 70s movies.
That's it.
High.
You're good. Wait a minute. Did you talk to somebody?
No, but when you turn badass, there's a scene where you grab a guy, you pull up. But to get back to my original point, there's angles from the car. When you leave the car, a lot of times you're seeing you through the windshield, and you're hearing. And you bring the guy back, and so the car itself is a character in the thing, and so you have your claustrophobia, but it's also your one way of getting away from the crap.
Yeah.
And there are angles and stuff that I thought were just really brilliant for a first-time director. I'm like,
yeah, that was all him too. This guy was knocking on trailer doors for 13 years and writing scripts, and he sent it to Carnahan, and Carnahan read it. And gave him some notes, and they started dialogue, and he sent it to me, and I was like, man, this is really interesting. Like, this could be really bad or really good. We brought it to our agency. They brought it to Cannes, And Netflix bought it like the next day, and we were making the movie in a month and a half. That guy was knocking on doors for 13 years.
But it took like if
not for Joe Carnahan, it wouldn't have happened.
What did you not anticipate being a producer of a movie that caught you off guard?
At one point, this movie was going to be 23 days, which is kind of Herculean in itself. And we were like, I think we could save money. Let's make it 19 days. So I shot like 35 pages of dialogue the last 2 days of the film.
Wow.
So we could save like $11.
Well, because you're on the other side of the the check now, and you're now to save. As an actor, you might piss him on as I need a little bit more time or whatever. On the producer side, he's just saying, can we do this for cheaper? I have to bring this up too. Doing the research on this movie, Wolf Warrior 2, which is, explain where this is. Now, we have not heard much about this movie.
No, because it's not in America.
But globally.
How about this? So I do a movie in China last year, right? And it's a big deal because you want a Chinese kind of presence. But there had been a Wolf Warrior 1. It was very successful, made like $100 million. And they paid me a lot of money to go to China. Joe and Anthony Russo produced it. They're the directors of Captain America.
Yeah.
They said, go do this. It's our whole stunt crew is going to really... And so I went and did it and made a ton of money. The movie's going to make $1 billion.
Oh, my God.
It's like the highest...
It is the second highest domestic grossing film ever behind Star Wars. Yeah,
what?
And I play a character named Big Daddy. I'm the bad American.
Yeah.
Wait, you have to see the jacket I'm wearing.
All right, we're looking at the
show it.
We're looking at the trailer.
This was all shot in China, by the way. I am, and I'm going to say this on the radio, the biggest American star.
China.
Yeah, this movie is a phenomenon.
I was reading the numbers on it, like surpassing.
Yeah.
You got to realize globally where this movie falls into the list.
We live in this tiny little bubble in the United States, right? And there's there are more people in China, meaning there's more money to be made, I guess, over there.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happens, and they talk about you opening up in other markets and so on and so forth. The movie opens up in India and does well. The Bollywood, is a
I mean, this is literally the second. This is only behind Star Wars. So like Joe Russo called me and goes, "You are a unicorn now in China. We're gonna go make Lethal Weapon. It's with you and a Chinese movie star. We're gonna go do Lethal Weapon next year."
So when you play a bad guy and you're known for you're sort of a bad guy, and
I played it campy, like I was
over the top.
Oh yeah,
oh,
I was in China. I didn't think anybody was going to see it. I was like Al Pacino in Scent of a Woman. Hoo-ah!
That's great.
Look, that's Big Daddy.
Oh man!
Yeah, I represent everything bad about the world.
Wow.
Hey, where did you guys shoot for Captain America: Civil War? Was that in Africa?
Part of it was in. I think part of it was in Africa. I didn't. I was always in Atlanta.
And by the way, Crossbones is not dead.
Is he dead?
Oh no. He seems dead.
Come on, man.
He seems dead.
Dude,
seems dead.
I was just down at Marvel, with every said nobody mentioned that he wasn't dead. He's dead.
They don't. That's one of the.
I think he's definitely dead.
He's definitely dead. He's dead. Man,
that uniform's too freaking cool.
No, he's dead. I know. So, I'm too old. Listen, I think at some point they're gonna have to change the Avengers.
That puppy we're looking for.
Kathy, you know what a balloon knot is?
Of course she does.
What?
I'm just asking. She's over there not saying anything.
Because why would I participate? I don't want to.
We're eating up material she's using later.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
For her stories. Now you're a balloon knot doctor.
I got an email from somebody who created a butthole burger in our honor.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
Hang on a second, let me find it. I wasn't planning on bringing it up here, but Kathy wanted to dive into this. So go ahead and do that. This was an email. I just got it like a minute or two ago. Oh man, where did it go? Here?
Oh darn, you lost it.
I clicked on the wrong.
Devastating.
So devastating.
This is from Stephanie Kraut. And she writes, hi, my name is Stephanie. Or she says, hey, best friends. My name is Stephanie Baker, and my husband James and I run the kitchen at a cool burger joint named Over the Bar Bicycle Cafe. It's just outside of Pittsburgh. And you guys joked around about making a butthole burger months ago, and we finally got around to it, and it's our special today. But they're not naming it the butthole burger.
Oh.
I know. She said we have to be PC about it, and we'll have to call it the Holy Mole or Holy Moly. It is composed of everything bagel, beef patty, mole sauce, provolone lettuce, and pico.
I am liking that.
She says, love you guys like family. Have a great weekend. And she took a picture of it. I'll show it to you guys. She put in
I love it.
She wrote a P and an S in with the mole sauce.
Could you send? How would you keep something like
butthole burger?
We're not driving to Pittsburgh.
Oh, to try and have one? We can make one ourselves. It sounds pretty damn good.
Yeah. Did you say everything bagel?
Yeah.
Yeah. I love using those. Like, for example, there was a chef who used the everything bagel for breading for salmon, or when you get creative with your various spreads. It's everything bagel. Is that your favorite bagel, by the way, Nick?
Yeah, it's the one I go to, Nick. I thought you were talking to me. Go ahead, Nick.
Oh, it's my favorite. Yeah.
Because he's the bagels and such guy.
I am. And you know why it's my favorite? Because it has everything on it.
Exactly.
The only problem is when you toast it,
I still like
everything kind of ends up in the bottom of the toaster. So
enough
some of it does fall off.
Enough stays with it to make it glorious.
Yeah, a lot ends up on your fingers, too. I have the same problem with sesame seeds, Casey.
Yeah.
We'll talk after the show.
I like sesame seed bagels. That would be my second favorite.
Yeah, I love them.
Sesame seed?
They fall off. And so the seeds, you are left with a conundrum of what to do with the extra seeds. And
Lick them up.
Or everything items that have ended up on the plate or your fingers.
I have a fear of getting diverticulitis.
Oh, so you don't eat seeds
so
and
I
things?
can't have sesame seeds anymore. That would be...
You have a fear of getting diverticulitis?
Yeah, because I love... Well, A, it's painful. It doesn't feel good. And then B, you can't have like those seeds and stuff anymore. And I love sesame seeds.
Well, that's what causes it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And so you really, after like you have like flare-ups and stuff like that, they're like, you got to stay away from this stuff.
Yeah, but hang on a second.
Uh-huh.
Keep having them until you have a flare-up, and then you don't have them anymore. You're depriving yourself of them altogether.
Oh, no. I'm eating them. I have a fear.
I thought you said you weren't eating them because you have a fear.
I don't think that's going to cause it. I think if you have it, that's
It'll
what
agitate it.
Yeah, that's what agitates it.
Yeah,
I don't think eating
not-
sesame seeds are going to cause
You guys
to have...
are misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
I eat sesame seeds.
But
I
you're
eat
terrified
everything.
of
But I'm terrified. No, I'm terrified of diverticulitis.
Okay.
And I don't want to get it because I love sesame seeds so much, and I eat them.
Your real fear is
Yeah.
of getting diverticulitis, but you,
From eating sesame
because you know it'll stop you from eating sesame seeds.
Yeah, I thought that you didn't eat them for fear
That's
of
what I thought.
diverticulitis.
I brush my teeth with them. I love them that much.
Marissa?
I had a friend, we were down the shore, and he went out to grab bagels, came back, and he brought cinnamon raisin, blueberry, and sesame.
Ooh.
What an idiot.
All in one?
He an idiot.
That was
You
the
an
mixture.
idiot.
So I don't know if he got it or if he just told the person behind the counter, like, give me a couple, and that's what they gave him. But isn't that the most random collection to
Oh,
bring
I
back to
thought
the
you were
house?
talking about it was one bagel that
No.
was blueberry.
Oh, my God.
That's weird.
Sesame.
I'm like,
Cinnamon and
that's
sesame.
different.
And
Yeah.
cinnamon raisin.
It's like 2 dessert bagels and 1 sandwich bagel.
Listen, if I'm there are dessert bagels, yes, and,
Yeah.
and a little cream cheese on a blueberry
Fine.
bagel is
Yeah,
pretty damn
fine.
tasty.
All right,
Depends
guys.
on what you're in the mood for. Get off my back.
Unsung hero of bagels, jalapeno.
Chuck
bagel.
Yeager.
Cheddar jalapeno.
Unsung here, yeah, and the Asiago bagels you get at Panera are pretty magical too.
Pretzel bagels.
Pretzel bagels.
Have you had those?
I don't know if I've had a pretzel bagel. I've had pretzel
bagels.
buns,
Yeah,
but not
pretzel bagels. Oh my God.
Okay.
Any pretzel bread, unbelievable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bagels are like my weakness. Like
really?
I can't walk by a tray of bagels and not.
Do they
grab
make
one.
your nose run?
Well, wait a minute. There's nothing to be. You don't feel weak. Don't
No.
feel weak. You have them. They're good.
Marissa,
Thank
what
you.
was,
All the carbs.
I'm too goddamn hungry now.
Marissa, what was that place that hooked us up last year for Casey's birthday?
Oh
I
my
think it was?
God.
Oh, that was Korshak bagels.
Oh, yeah.
That,
Yeah, it was
Foxy
right next
Lady
to
Shop.
Epstein and Mr. Carter bagels.
I knew it. Oh.
Hey, Casey.
Cotter's bagels. Yeah.
There are
Mr.
2 complications
Cotter.
from diverticulitis that scare me. The names. Abscess and fistula.
Oh.
They're like 2 of the worst.
The
of
worst vaudeville team of all time. I say, Mr. Fistula, what's with that painful opening?
Do you have any abscess bagels, please?
Oh my God.
Okay.
We're doing Hollywood trash.
Yeah, we are.
All right.
But thank you very much to Stephanie Kraut and her husband James, who made the butthole burger in our honor. Okay, hang on a second. What am I doing here?
I don't know.
What is the main cause of diverticulitis? Doctors believe the main cause is low fiber diet. Most people with diverticulitis don't have symptoms. Sometimes it causes mild cramps, bloating, or constipation. Diverticulosis is then found through tests. This is diverticulosis. That's different than diverticulosis.
It doesn't stand for diverticulosis.
Diverticulosis.
He doesn't stand for baloney.
Hold on. What the hell's the difference?
Wingardium Leviosa.
Leviosa.
Leviosa. All right. We done now? We good?
Yeah, we're
Can we
done.
move on?
I
We
want to
can do-
know the difference.
We can do the lesson
Information
question.
you can use.
Diverticulitis versus diverticulosis.
I think it's the same thing.
They're not the
It's
same.
a Damon Feldman bout.
Call the whole thing off.
All right, so we're going to do the lesson question. And the question today, and by the way, we're going to give away, and let me know if I'm right or wrong about that, Kathy. $50 Rita's
wrong.
gift card. Am I wrong?
So diverticulosis is the presence of, and diverticulitis is inflammation and infection of. So it's the same disease. It's just
But
what
different.
form it's in.
Okay. So the question is, who told Gloria Rubin that her character on ER had AIDS? 215-263 WMMR. Curious if you know the answer to this. We rattled that off at about 6:45 this morning. Who told Gloria Rubin that her character on ER had AIDS? 215-263 WMMR. Call if you know the answer.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's get some stories. What's up, Steve?
Well, Nick Cannon, you brought this up before. He supposedly had wanted a vasectomy earlier this year. Now he says he is fathering a 9th and possibly 10th baby. Cannon says he was originally down with getting his junk slit, but opted for the stripper orgy instead. Hey! Alicia Keys, this is very dumb, reportedly caught some backlash for playing Empire State of Mind, a song about New York, during the Jubilee concert for Queen Elizabeth. Keys says while she respects the Queen, she should probably pull Big Ben out of her ass.
Hey!
And finally, Nick Jonas letting concerned fans know that he's feeling better after getting injured during a celebrity baseball game. Jonas says while sliding into second base, he was attacked by a wolf. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
So, to follow up on that Alicia Keys story, did you hear that she said that the Queen requested that she play that song?
There you go.
Actually,
It was a hit
requested.
for her.
Yeah, it was a huge one.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see if we can get an answer to the lesson question. Who told Gloria Rubin that her character on ER had AIDS? And we will go to, let's go to Tim. Hey, Tim, good morning.
Hi, Grandma.
Hi, Grandma.
Hi, Grandma.
All right, Tim, who told Gloria Rubin that her character on ER had AIDS?
Chuck Norris.
No. That's not the right
Texas
answer.
Rocker Ranger.
That's what we're looking for. Yes, hang on a second, Tim.
Walker told me I had AIDS.
How did Casey get in there?
I didn't mean to do that.
Okay. All right, so hang on the line, buddy.
Walker told me I had AIDS.
We're going to set Tim up with $50 Rita's gift card, and you can get to Rita's and grab a 5-layer gelati back for a limited time only. The Rita's 5-layer gelati is more ice, more custard, and more yum.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Sequoia Outback, saving on decking, railings, grills, and patio furniture during Sequoia's annual 4th of July sale, which is going on now on Route 309 in Hatfield, or techsupplies.com. All right, how about this? And I don't know if there's video footage of this or not. Actually, there is. I have not seen it yet. It looks as though Kiss and their long-rumored use of backing tracks in concert has finally been fully revealed. During the band's June 6th concert in Antwerp, Belgium, a missed cue from drummer Eric Singer seemingly threw off the synced track for Detroit Rock City, exposing Paul Stanley for not hitting a vocal line despite his voice blaring from the PA. Blabbermouth posted this video.
So you can clearly hear him singing, and he's not.
And that's what, the read of the description. To augment their sound digitally,
And
or
he
they
had,
augment their
yeah.
sound digitally. So,
And I kind of agreed a lot of times with what he was saying, but he was very staunch about it.
Nikki Sixx took to Twitter to seemingly take umbrage with Kiss's obvious double standard. He wrote, certain band out on the road right now, putting other bands down and saying that they are a real rock band. No background singers and no other old people cranky comments except his lead vocals are on tape. People in glass houses shouldn't throw rocks in, and he put hashtag get off my lawn and hashtag Wizard of Oz.
I want to see this footage.
I do too. Coheed and Cambria have dropped Dance Gavin Dance on the Wind of the Waking Mind tour. The band tweeted Tuesday, we will be announcing a replacement in the upcoming days as we prepare for the release of Vaxxus 2 and subsequent summer tour. Dance Gavin Dance's frontman is currently on leave of absence from the group following sexual misconduct allegations. So that is part of the reason, I would assume, why they got the band dropped. Jack White has released a new single. It's called If I Die Tomorrow. Along with it comes a haunting new video directed by Brantley Gutierrez, which premiered on YouTube this week. White's record label, Third Man Records, will include it on the new limited edition vinyl for Entering Heaven Alive, which comes out on July 22nd.
Did you see the video?
No.
It's amazing. It is an orangutan driving a golf cart.
No way. I didn't.
And it just speaks to you.
The
wisdom in those simian eyes.
It will also be available on CD, digital download, and on a limited edition white cassette.
There he goes. That needs to be the new Rickroll, the orangutan in the golf cart.
I love it. All right, and then Tenacious D is releasing a tribute of The Who, or to The Who, I should say, as a fundraiser for the Everytown for Gun Safety Organization. Jack Black and Kyle Gass put their spin on Pinball Wizard. Also, there's a doctor and Go to the Mirror for a limited edition 7-inch vinyl. Labwire reports that all of the proceeds from vinyl sales will go to the Everytown for Gun Safety organization that touts the collective goals of finding ways to make communities safer by introducing solutions to help end gun violence.
They're at the Man later this summer. They're doing the Man Music Center, or the Man Center for the Performing Arts, on September 11th, actually. They're doing 2 legs of the tour.
I hope
in Philly.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We used to have him on. We had him on a couple of times.
Yeah, it would be really cool to get a relationship going again with Jack and company, because he is such a great interview.
Yeah.
And they're so much fun in concert. So
because that's a Sunday.
Yes.
When I'd like to see what their dates are before and after.
Okay.
All right. Sorry, I was looking something up here. All right, and then one final thing. Premiering on Reels this Sunday is Guns N' Roses' Story of Their Songs. The show will explore the 6 classic hits that define Guns N' Roses' career as one of the most popular and notorious bands in rock history. Okay,
I think as one would get it done.
Yeah. And the songs examined in the episode were Welcome to the Jungle, Sweet Child of Mine, Paradise City, Patience, Don't Cry, and November Rain. So that is going to be on Reels this Sunday. And that's what I have in music
And we
news
learned
for you.
earlier that he earned money by smoking cigarettes for a medical experiment.
Yep, that is true.
Did you want to talk about Coldplay at all, or you want to do that later?
Let's do that now. Thank you. I almost forgot about that. Nick went to the show at the Link last night.
Yeah, it was a fantastic show. I know Coldplay's not everybody's cup of tea, but I thought that they're phenomenal. Chris Martin is an underrated frontman. He's so great. And normally I don't like, I'm not a huge fan of shows in stadiums. This was maybe the best stadium show I've ever seen. It was so interactive.
They employed the whole
the wristbands and balloons and confetti and fireworks and one thing after another. And the audio at the Link last night was unbelievably great.
Good.
It was so good. The video was really good as well. And the weather held off until the very end.
Yeah.
I mentioned this earlier this morning. It was a torrential downpour when we drove home. But it was such a great show. And there
We're
were a lot
looking
of
at some footage, Nick. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. If you get a chance to see them, this tour is awesome. And I highly recommend it. There were a few highlights, but the one that I think we have audio of is of Chris Martin singing the Eagles fight song, Fly, Eagles Fly.
Here we go. definitely. And it's great because, I mean, how many professional sports teams have a real theme song?
Yeah, and
none.
I guess he's doing a city-centric song in most towns that he visits, and they had Bruce out on the stage in the Meadowlands the other day. But I think when they came out on the side stage last night, they had to cut it short a little bit. I think they were looking at the weather and checking the radar app and seeing that these storms were rolling in. So they cut that part of it a little bit short, but then he went into the Eagles song, and that was really cool. But yeah, just really phenomenal. The second to last song was Fix You, which in my mind is one of the greatest songs of the last 20 years.
How do they work the wristband thing? That was pretty
the
wild.
technology behind it, Steve, boggles the mind. Because I was standing in one section. I was up in 201, and they would have my lights coordinating with other people in my section, but it's not like they're predetermined where you're going to sit.
Right,
you just
right.
get handed these random wristbands when you walk in, and then you hand them out when you leave too, or hand them back when you leave. So
you do?
They collect them, I guess, for the next showcase. Yeah. Okay. So, but yeah, it was a really great night, and Connor was there, and Matt Cord was there as well, and Brent Porsche was sitting right next to us. So it was cool to see Brent. Really great time. Cool time at the Link.
Nice. Did you want to say something?
Just with the Eagles song, I think it's the second best fight song next to this one.
I learned long ago to ram it just right. You can ram it all day and ram it all night. Well, enough about me. We're here to ram it, you see. If you ram it just right, you can ram it all night.
We're going to take a break.
Called Ram It.
Coldplay played that in.
Ram you.
All right. Let's take a break. Come back in a second. Get ready to wrap up the program. Letter of the day for the Word of the Week. We're right on the edge of giving that away tomorrow. So back in a second. Stay with us.
I had a question about your scene in Civil War.
Yeah.
The spit on the side of your mouth. Was that makeup spit or was that your?
No, it's real spit. I have it right now. I get excited. I'm really sweating right now.
That's got to be wild, though. Just listen. You are part of one of the greatest movie fights ever filmed.
Yeah.
That elevator fight, which we know you had a lot of sway over.
Yeah.
I can watch that over and over. That's got to be a sense of pride for you.
It's fun. It's so fun.
And knowing also now that you could just demolish Chris Evans.
He's so skinny now. I just saw him. He's so beautiful. But I was with all of them. Like, they were all there. Every Marvel character was assembled. It was like 45 people. Like, I'm sitting with Cheadle and William Hurt. You don't realize how many people have been in those movies. It's amazing. Yeah.
Wow. I think I would cry if I was in the presence of all of them.
Yeah, I mean, it was fascinating.
All right, let's hear it for Frank Grillo. All right, let's dive into the entertainment news. I'm sure you heard about this, but it's a big announcement. Princess Kate and Prince William are expecting their third child together. It is official. Kensington Palace confirmed on Monday that they are already, of course, they are already the parents to Prince George IV, and who is 4. I'm sorry, not the 4th. Prince George is 4.
How did you pull that one off?
And Princess Charlotte, who
I
is
ricocheted off the ceiling,
who is 2. The Royal Highness, here's the official announcement from Kensington Palace. It said, Their Royal Highness, says, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge are very pleased to announce that the Duchess of Cambridge
is
expecting their third child,
Harry IV,
the Queen and
of
member
England
of
and
both
members of Parliament, in conjunction with the Benny Hill estate.
They got of both families are delighted with the news.
What?
Ringo and Benny Hill. Stepping up.
Fish and chips, fox hunts,
Tallywhacker. So Kate is again facing an acute form of morning sickness. Sometimes she had grappled with during her first 2 pregnancies.
It's completely debilitating. Do they have the name of it there? It's
It's called hypermesis gravidarum.
Right. So she's her level of nausea and everything is off the charts.
Sounds like a Harry Potter spell.
Yeah.
But she had it with each kid.
Yeah, exactly. So she actually canceled an appearance Monday morning due to the illness. And they had said that in a statement as with her previous 2 pregnancies, the Duchess is suffering from hypermesis gravidarum. Her Royal Highness will no longer carry out her planned engagement at the Hornsey Road Children's Centre in London today. The 35-year-old royal is expected less than 3 months, is reportedly, less than 3 months pregnant. And they only went public with the information because of how sick she is.
Are you okay in there, sweetheart? Would you like some milk of magnesia?
The prince recently discussed Kate's parents.
Seems to be in a bad way.
The prince recently discussed Kate's parenting skills in glowing terms and admitted that there are good days and bad days for every parent. He had said, as the other parents in the room will testify, there's wonderful highs and there's wonderful lows. It's been quite a change for me personally. I'm very lucky in the support I have from Catherine. She's an amazing... She's an amazing mother and a fantastic wife. Love between a man and a woman is a beautiful thing.
Especially if it's on video.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't you agree? Yeah.
I'd have to agree with you on that. And as wonderful as expressing that love through human touch and well, getting it on.
Right.
I'm being nice because Bill's here this morning.
I know.
All right. This is about sex.
Yeah.
The withdrawal method.
Okay, where you go to the bank and you take everything out in one shot.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
No, also known as the pull-out method.
Yeah.
Is being used by twice as many men as a decade earlier. Is a form of birth control.
Yeah, it is the most. It is a risky proposition.
Oh yeah,
and,
absolutely.
That's I don't know if that's not good news.
Listen to this. While 10% of unmarried men between the ages of 15 and 44 used this form of birth control in 2002, that number jumped to 19% in 2015, according to the Center for Disease Control. Yeah, but the use of condoms is on the rise, but still only a third of men wear them.
In my condom days, my brand, purchasable at the local mobile station, Bareback.
Bareback?
Yeah.
Really?
No.
Wow. I was a Trojan guy. I went with the most popular product.
Trojan brand.
That's right.
Do they still have the machines in men's bathrooms? I haven't seen them in a long time.
Yeah. Well, the dispensers you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because I on the weekends I work as a lot lizard.
It's good to know that those are there.
Yeah. You sure you're a woman? Yeah.
I have on rare occasions seen them before, Case.
That's where I saw them for the first time as a child. There was a bar across the street from our swim club.
Go buy Daddy some condoms.
And no, but I didn't know what condoms were. I just knew that they had a machine there.
Yep.
And so I went over there. I bought some out of there. I bought a French tickler and a regular one.
I was going to ask if they had French ticklers or not. Yeah.
And then I brought it back to the pool and I inflated them like they were balloons.
Of course.
And there was like an adult who was like, dude, what are you doing? I'm like,
what is that?
Give me your little.
Want to have a pool party? I've been waiting for you. This is a dream come true.
According to Planned Parenthood, about 27 of 100 women will get pregnant with her partner when her partner uses the withdrawal as control. Comparatively, only about 9 out of every 100 women on a contraceptive pill will become pregnant in a year.
Have you ever seen just one fireman on a hose? That's kind of what I'm like. So with the whole withdrawal thing, like I have no control.
Okay.
Yeah.
You probably took it one level into the uncomfortable Bill area.
Yeah.
About exactly how you discharge.
Dude. Okay. We're going to move along now to something else.
So we do support our local firefighters.
Of course. Yes. Of course. But we had 4 listeners come in. We had Mel, Frank, Kat, and Victoria, because we've been talking about the movie It, which is opening on Friday. I'm going to go see it on Saturday. I already got my tickets. I'm ready.
I'm seeing it Friday.
All right. So what we did is we took these 4 listeners, Mel, Frank, Kat, and Victoria, and we put them in another room with Dr. Steven Rosenberg, Philadelphia's #1 hypnotist, the Thor of hypnosis.
The Thor. He's been referred to quite often as the Thor of hypnosis.
But I want to, it's going to take a minute, but they're in the other room. I want to bring our listeners in.
Aren't you?
And we're going to have them meet some people.
Meet some people. Aren't you pulling for him?
Yeah, I think it would be awesome.
It'd be so cool.
Yeah, if they were able to get past their fears. But we are going to set the stage here. They're making their way in now. There's Kat, and here comes Mel. Mel doesn't look happy. And you have Victoria. She was the most scared. And Frank is wearing his glasses. He's got a vision issue, so we can't quite read him from his eyes. So why don't you guys come on over to the microphones over here. And first of all, let's see how you're feeling. Kat, you were the first one in. How you feeling after that session with Dr. Rosenberg?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Okay.
I'm more relaxed, more calm.
Good.
Yeah. It was definitely calming. And
Okay. But now what you may learn is that from now on you're going to smoke. No.
Yeah, that's they replace
the
your
one trade-off. Yeah.
Mel,
replace your clown fear with the desire to smoke.
Mel, you looked really nervous when you walked in here. Is it the fact that we have the room decorated with balloons and circus fair? Does that bother you at all?
Yeah. Actually, it's bothered me quite a bit.
Oh, really?
I was really relaxed until I saw the balloons and the big tent behind me.
Then let's go to Victoria. Hello there, Victoria. How you doing?
Shaking.
Okay.
All right, and then last, let's talk to Frank. How do you feel? What did you think of the session? Did it resonate with you at all?
Not really.
Not really. Okay. Well, what would you just? So you just don't like clowns?
Correct.
We have some clowns here. Okay, and what we're not gonna have people screaming and yelling and running in and going crazy or anything like that.
No.
We just wanted to get your initial reaction when we bring a clown into the studio. Mel is already. You look like you've gone into. You're staring off into the distance.
This should be fun.
Mel,
Yeah.
you okay?
Yeah, I'll be good.
Mel's crying, guys.
Yeah, I don't think
Mel.
Mel, do you want to take a seat, Mel? Are you good? Okay. All right.
All right, so this is a heavy metal version of Send in the Clowns. We're bringing in our first clown. This is Cheeks, by the way.
Cheeks is a female clown.
Yeah, so Cheeks is coming. Cheeks, just stay over by Nick. Don't get any closer.
Mel, how you
look? 93.3 WMMR, everything that rocks. About 10:40. Thursday morning, fairly pleasant day today. We're looking at 82 degrees, kind of breezy, but comfortable. The humidity level's dropping. Tomorrow, sunshine 82. Afternoon showers both Saturday and Sunday, but temperatures around that 80-degree mark. So take that for what you will. And I want to thank our guest, actually, on the show today. We had fun today. Danny Tamborelli.
Yes.
Was on the show from The Adventures of Pete and Pete, so a show that I've never seen before. He was on Nickelodeon, but it was a lot of fun to talk to.
Yeah.
And is doing a podcast tomorrow, and that will be at the Neshaminy. I didn't write it down. Neshaminy Creek Brew Pub. Thank you. Brewery. And then in Atlantic City at the Showboat on June 24th through 26th. He was a really nice guy. A lot of great stories.
And he loves getting out and seeing fans.
Yep, absolutely. And another guy we met for the first time is Joe Mr. D. Dombrowski, and he was awesome.
Yeah.
And he will be at Punchline tonight, Friday, and Saturday. And you can get tickets at punchlinephilly.com, which is great. So we're happy to have
Two
him
new friends
back in Philadelphia. Now we have an old friend, Pierre Robert, who is in the studio with us.
Make new friends, but don't forget the old. One is silver and the other is gold.
I like that.
There was a little jingle in Catholic school. Make new friends, but don't forget the old. One is silver and the other is gold.
Okay. I do recognize that the melody.
Yeah.
It's like from something else.
Queensryche.
Make new friends, but don't forget the old. One is silver and the other is gold. Stairway to heaven.
It's a Christmas song. They sing it at It's a Wonderful Life. Hark the herald.
Hark the herald angels. That's it. Hark the frickin' angels.
Frickin' herald angels.
Zuzu's Pedals, right? Aren't they singing that at the end?
Zuzu's Pedals.
Thanks, probably.
Black Dog from Led Zeppelin.
That's what it was. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right here in my frickin' pocket.
So
Charlie Sheen.
Charlie Sheen as George Bailey.
George Bailey, yeah.
I would love to see that.
George Lasso's the frickin' moon.
Yeah.
A reimagining, if you will.
That would be the best.
The reboot.
The reboot.
Shall we go ahead and get that letter from you, my man? All right, let's do it. Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
C as in Captain.
All right, C is in Captain, and we're going to give away a 55-inch Class 7 Series LED 4K UHD Smart Tizen TV, and you can witness a return of Obi-Wan Kenobi. New episodes streaming Wednesdays only, and that is on Disney Plus. We give that away tomorrow because it's Friday. Thank God it's Friday, man.
That's with Ewan McGuckin.
Yeah, Ewan
McGuckin. Yep, that's right. What's up on the show today, Ewan?
Well, Ewan be better in tuning because I'm telling you, we've got some good stuff. We will have Tom Petty Workforce Blocks, Bon Jovi Workforce Blocks, Stevie Ray Vaughan Workforce Blocks.
That's damn good stuff.
That is good stuff right then and there. If it weren't for that even, that would be enough. But there's more. Now, how much would you pay for it?
For this amazing listening experience.
It is, because you don't have to pay anything for it. You also have opportunity to win tickets for Everclear and Fastball and the Nixons, June 23rd at the Keswick Theater. There used to be a band called Nixon's Head years ago. Now there's a band just called the Nixons. There's also a watch company called Nixon. I have a few Nixons.
Always on time. Coco.
Let me make this perfectly clear.
Nixons have been around for a while. We used to play them at WDRM.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
they had a song called I think it was Sister.
Okay.
Sister.
I am not familiar with the Nixons, but I love the name. And we'll have tickets for the Hooters, their 40th anniversary tour on Pierre Standard Time. They're calling it 40th.
Yeah, this is it. Yeah. Okay. Anyway.
Song.
Oh, right.
Calls this number.
Calls this number.
Wow.
Calls this number.
Anyway, we'll have tickets for the Hooters, the 40th anniversary Take Two, because they were going to do this 2 years ago and then COVID. So it's kind of a cute name on what's really their 42nd anniversary. They'll play November 4th and 5th. There's a pre-sale going on now, one more day of that, and WMMR.com has the link to that. And tomorrow it goes on sale at 10 a.m. for the Hoot Show.
Excellent. Beautiful. All right, let me thank sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and by Polar Seltzer. No sugar, calories, or funny business. Refreshingly natural Polar Seltzer. Tomorrow's Friday. We'll wrap it all up, give everything we got to give away, and we will have an esteemed guest, Mr. Bill Burr.
Wow.
Will be joining us tomorrow morning. That is correct. You know around what time that's going to be, Casey?
9 o'clock.
Around 9 o'clock tomorrow
Excellent.
morning. Very cool. So that's it. We're done. Rage on and have a great day, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.